calling the Moore County Board of Education into session. At this time, is there a motion to go into closed session pursuant to item Roman numeral 1 on the proposed agenda?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we will be in closed session approximately how long, Dr. Leckler? What do you think?
Really hard to predict. I would say somewhere from 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. I just want the public to know that, that will be just briefly.
Depends on the
closed
need of
session.
the board.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I am a bit concerned about the reason why we're going in there. It seems a bit vague. Generally, it's much more specific. So I assume we're not addressing any particular action. You know, normally it's spells out what we're going to discuss, you know, teacher, employee, confidentiality, somebody versus somebody, but this just kind of says we're going to chat with our attorney, so it seems a bit vague.
Well, the attorney asked for a little bit of time in closed session to talk about some stuff. We'll see what he wants. And if there is anything which is not a closed session matter, of course, we'll report that out.
So just for clarity, you don't know what the what Mr. Schwartz wants to talk to us about?
Actually, I believe he wants to talk to us about some of the issues on the agenda, but I want to be very, very cautious before I talk about what Mr. Schwartz has said to me or to anybody on the board, because that would be an attorney-client privilege matter. Okay. But anyway, we're in closed session. calling the board back into session. Is there a motion to secure from closed session and go into open session?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Any more ayes? Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. At this point, we're going to go to the agenda. Let me state that Mr. Holmes, yes, is ill. He apparently has bronchitis, and he sends his regrets. With regard to his portion, he had a matter which dealt with the parking situation. He has asked that to go over to the business session, and I told him we would probably do that. That is Roman numeral 3B, student parking fees. So with that change, are there any further amendments to the agenda? Hearing no further.
I would like to amend the agenda to take off Mr. Hensley's report for discussion of illegal aliens in Moore County at this time and postpone that.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to amend the agenda to take off
So,
item, just one second, Roman numeral 3C. Is there discussion?
Yes, I have discussion on that. So I put this on the agenda in response to both media inquiries and inquiries from the public. Most of the inquiries from the public and the media have been regarding the cost. That's not really, that really wasn't why I put it on the agenda, was the cost. I mean, that was one part of it. But specifically, I believe that we owe it to the public. I believe we owe it to the media who's asked, and I believe we owe it to the citizens of Moore County to have a public discussion, not 2x2 sessions, not closed sessions, not offline, I'll call you and you call you and you call you, ways to skirt the open meetings laws. I think that we owe it to the people of Moore County to have an open and frank discussion, saying what we can and cannot do. For example, I understand, everyone on the board understands that, public schools, we must educate all children regardless of their citizen status. We all know that, but I'm not sure the public understands that. So without a public discussion of what we can and cannot do, the public doesn't understand why we do the things that we do. Also, members of the public aren't aware of the costs of illegal alien immigrant, illegal immigration.
Just one second. I don't want to get into the subject matter. This is only for the agenda. Okay?
Right, we're having discussion,
Mr.
Chair, I have the floor, but
I
Ms.
understand you
Caldwell,
have the
Ms.
floor.
Caldwell made, Mr. Chair, Ms. Caldwell made a motion to strike my agenda item from the agenda, which I may add was properly added and accepted, and then you open the floor open for discussion. So I'm just saying why I think we should do it. I'm defending keeping it on the agenda. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I have the floor. And you want to strike it from the agenda without even having a discussion.
Excuse me, but I think everybody on this board needs to be heard, and I think we should listen to Mr. Hensley.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I was just wrapping up my comments before you interrupted me. So anyway, so I properly added this on the agenda for a couple specific reasons. One is because, I've had both media inquiries and citizen inquiries. Two is so that the citizens will know the facts as to what we can and cannot do, because there's very stringent requirements on this. And thirdly, so that we could attempt to articulate the cost, and the costs go far beyond just the financial cost. There's also, class sizes and the effect on class sizes. There's a teacher shortage, and, if we did not have illegal aliens, would there in fact be a teacher shortage? I don't know, because we can't get these numbers. So for those reasons, I believe that we should leave this item on the agenda so that we can have this proper discussion in public, so that we have a better informed opinion. And perhaps if we actually discuss it, maybe we'll find a mutual road ahead. That is all. Thank you.
And if I can just add, the reason why I said to a later time is because I think more information needs to be said per legal advice. That was the only reason. I don't discourage you from wanting this on the agenda. I just think the attorney feels that we needed to postpone that. That's all.
Okay. Anything further? If not, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2.
Pauline?
I'm gonna. If you're opposed to the amendment, in other words, you want them to hear. I think you're voting yes. Okay. You're voting no. No. Right. The motion fails. Okay. So with that, is there a motion? Is there a? Yes.
Wait, point of order. I'm unclear. What did we just vote on?
The motion to amend failed, so it's staying.
And the motion failed. It was 3-3. The motion failed. You get
So
your
it's gonna-
portion.
so it's gonna
it goes.
stay.
It stays in.
Stays in.
Okay.
It stays in.
We still need to amend the student parking fees, though.
Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. Just so the public knows, our attorney is asked to be called into the meeting. Okay, while he's doing that, is there a motion to amend to place the item on the parking fees to the business meeting?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's done. So we're waiting for Mr. Schwartz? Okay. Go ahead and talk amongst
I was
yourselves.
going to say, you want to take a 5-minute break?
It does.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Schwartz, we did vote on that amendment. The amendment failed. So we are going forward with the discussion on item 3C. Okay? So essentially, that's over with. So at any rate, so at this point, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is done. Dr. Locklear, why don't you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty to the vice chair for a moment of silence.
Y'all will join me in a moment of silence. We'll be heading into a new school year soon, so let's just be reflecting on that for our staff and students, teachers, the parents, everybody. It'll affect everybody's lives. Thank you.
All right, so let's continue right into the agenda. Dr. Locklear, exceptional children's contracts, services for 24-25.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Levy. We have Ms. Cooper, Mr. Waters, who's with us this morning to present a exceptional children's contract for services for interpreters for the deaf. So I'll turn it right over to Ms. Cooper, and this is similar to a contract we've had in the past, and I'll let them express that, and it does come with my recommendation.
Good morning. We bring to you one last contract, hopefully, for the Exceptional Children's Department, and that is with for All-American Interpreters for the Deaf, and it is to provide interpreting services for students. Our other students are able to be, their needs are met through Moore County School employees. But it's for $130,000, and we will pay that through our IDEA grant, which is PRC 60.
Any questions, Mr. Levy?
Any questions from the
I
board?
do. I didn't recognize the acronym IBE. What's that stand for? And is that,
Individuals with Disabilities Education Act.
and that is federal funding?
Correct.
That's tied to individuals or just kind of a blanket grant, you know?
It's tied to how many students that we have
That
on
needed.
head count.
So just for clarification, it's tied to, we get a prorated per head count, or we get an allocation based upon students that have those particular disabilities?
With IEPs right now.
Okay.
It's,
With IEPs directly related to that, I mean, obviously they're deaf students or hard of hearing. Right?
correct. This one is correct.
Right, so that grant is tied to the number of
No,
deaf
the
students.
IDEA grant is for all students with disabilities. It's a huge,
Okay, so
grant.
it's a giant pool and we carve sections out for different things.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
sure.
Yes, sir.
Have we used this contractor before,
Yes, sir.
and you're fully satisfied, I presume?
Yes, they're very good.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. If not, we'll send this to the, we're going to need to approve that at the business meeting, right, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir, and it comes with my recommendation.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Marcy.
The renewal of the enterprise resource planning system with link up, whatever.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, Dr. Locklear.
That's a lot of fancy words, basically, to mean that is our software system that supports our financial operations, also our human resource operations. We've been with Link for a number of years. We're now expiring from a 4-year agreement, and we're asking the board to approve a 3-year agreement. Comes with some minor cost savings. There's a little more information about school business system modernization in the state of North Carolina that may be coming at some point, but it hasn't come yet, really in a broad way. So we are recommending to renew this with Link. We're still working through the final pieces of the contract with our attorneys and their attorneys. So it comes with my recommendation to approve pending final work with our attorneys. So Tina, I know I probably stole some of the show there, but anything else, Mrs. Edmonds, you want to share with us?
Basically, we with this 3-year agreement, we will save approximately, it's about $7,000 or about it's a 7% increase, but we were able to negotiate about a $7,000 savings if we sign a 3-year agreement.
Okay. Anything else? Yes, sir.
I just have a couple questions. So first, what's the total amount? It's $81,000 per year, I guess.
That's the average. There is if we can click on, there's a link, I think at the bottom, that agreement comparison.
Yeah,
So that's the original 4-year agreement at the top in green, and this 3-year agreement's in blue. And so year one, there's not a savings for year one. It is that 5% increase. But then for year two, instead of charging us the normal 5% increase, they're only charging us 3% and then no increase for year three. So the total savings for the 3 years would be $7,382.26.
Okay, so my other two questions are, is the use of Link software mandated by the state, or we choose it at our option?
We can choose. There's only a handful of vendors you can select from. The state has implemented where you must go with a modern program. There's about 2 that are really successful. And because we're on Link is actually one of them that we could go on with an ERP. There's a 2-year waiting period to actually get to the ERP piece.
Yeah, I trust your judgment. I mean, obviously, this is working fine. The reason I ask if it was mandated or not is, the state has a way of mandating stuff. So I would recommend, if it's not already in there, a cancellation clause, only under the conditions that, unless there's a more generous cancellation clause, there should at a minimum be a cancellation clause that if the state subsequently mandates some other system, that we cannot be tied to this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great suggestion, Ms. Henson. That's the one thing that's getting panned out with our attorneys right now. I've asked for a convenience clause of counseling for 6 months, since there's like a 2-year turnaround on going to another system. I've asked for a 6-month cancellation for convenience clause.
For our convenience.
For our convenience.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, moving right along. The approval of the advanced teaching rules. Dr. Locklear?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Stewart come and share a little review of our advanced teaching roles grant that we received last year. It's a multi-year grant that we've been very excited about to utilize and leverage some of our best teachers to grow teachers across the district and also help retain those great teachers and those new to the profession teachers, and retain them and grow them to be great teachers as well. You may remember last spring we partnered with Public Impact to help us with this. That's one of the things you can spend the grant on, and this is bringing the recommendation that we partner with them again this year. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yes, this is just a goal to continue our contract with Public Impact, continue the development and expansion of the advanced teaching roles. I think it was at our March 4th board meeting when we had this discussion, and have continued that work, and thought we would take a moment today to have Ms. Stewart give an update of where we're at with that work through the first year and as we continue into that expansion. Our goal today, again, is to expand the model to additional schools and get approval to move forward with doing that. If you recall, you've seen some of these slides before. You can click to the next one for me, Heather. The problem, we want to provide a growth opportunity for our experienced and effective teachers. They don't necessarily have that opportunity for career advancement, and so this is a way to do that without having to pull them from the classroom. We also know that we have a number of novice teachers, and we would like to embed support for those teachers so that they can be more successful. About 63% of our beginning teachers in the district have an alternative license, and so they don't have necessarily the child development or pedagogy background before entering the classroom. So this is a way to embed that support in the school, in the classroom, and provide that for those teachers. So you've seen these slides before. Again, this is kind of the current model at most of our schools, with the principal on down providing that level of support. And what we're trying to do is a different model where we have a lead teacher that works with a K-1 team in this particular example, or a second grade, third grade team, and provide that embedded support. Again, we'd like to change the model and move toward this. Continue, please. So the grant is $500,000, which we did earn, and as you recall from March, we got an additional $150,000 so that we could get started early. The state gave us an additional $150,000 to start early so that we could actually do our planning in 23, 24, and implement at 3 schools in 24, 25. And then what we'd like to do now is continue that planning, bring 3 additional schools on, and start them in 25, 26 as we try to expand across the district. Been very successful with our relationship with Public Impact and want to continue that work. Again, here's the grant funding totals, 150 in that first year, 23, 24, and then $166,666.66 each year after that over the course of the grant. And again, beyond that, state also puts in $10,000 to a bonus pay or stipend for that teacher that takes on the role, an additional $3,000 state funded, not locally funded, state funded $3,000 for teachers who take on more students as a result of freeing up that classroom, multi-classroom leader. So there are certain things we can use the grant for. We can use it for the development of the teaching role plans. We can use it for PD. We can use it for the transition costs. And that's what we did with that first $150,000. And what we'd like to continue to do is we continue that plan. Can't use it to pay staff members, but of course you get that from the state with that $10,000 and $3,000 stipend. So this is all budget neutral. We've done this work budget neutral with no local costs at all. Could you please? Again, the implementation timeline, as we discussed, we began the work in really March of 2024 in that period of timeline. We did that with 3 schools, Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Middle School, and Pinecrest High School. Heather's going to talk a little bit and give you a bit of an update where we're at with those 3 schools. They will be implementing this coming school year. They did a whole lot of work in a very condensed period of time. The goal now is to get your approval to continue to move forward in what would be year 2 of the implementation. We would spend this year working that along with Public Impact, bringing on 3 additional schools during the 25-26 school year, and then would continue for there moving forward. And Heather, I think, talk a little bit about what we've done and accomplished in year 1.
All right. Okay, so from January of last year, like we just said, until July, roughly, we partnered with Public Impact to learn and plan the implementation of advanced teaching roles. And during this time, we participated in a cohort that went through that intensive design, as Dr. Metcalf described. We had that opportunity because we got to start early because they gave us those additional grant funds to do that. The district design team made up of directors and human resources, finance, and other senior staff and members, alongside schools design team members, which were administrators, teachers, support staff. We all worked together with the consultants of Public Impact to create the design for advanced teaching roles in our district. Part of that process was to look at the great things we're already doing, our initiatives, our programs that are being implemented that are important to us, and how that all works together for that individual school context. And I think that's really important to note, because we know that there is no one-size-fits-all for teaching students. The same is true for advanced teaching roles. There's no one-size-fits-all as far as the design for the number or types of those multi-classroom leaders or adult leaders in a particular school. The context and the individual needs of the school are really important as we think through that planning. So that's important to know. With the support from Public Impact, the district team developed processes and procedures for articulating what is advanced teaching roles, describing the responsibilities. We looked at that state budgeting process and other funding sources available to support that effective implementation. We looked at criteria for success in the selection process and that application process, like years of experience, recent achievement and growth scores, and how candidates scored on the teacher evaluation rubric. The district team worked with each individual school team to review their plan, to problem solve, and ultimately approve their plan. We discussed how the evaluation and renewal process would work in Moore County for those that are chosen for these particular roles. And finally, we have been and are continuing to talk about the planning for how we'll continue to support those multi-classroom leaders for the implementation, the monitoring, the professional development, all of those things. Year one implementation begins with Aberdeen, Southern Middle, and Pinecrest. So grounding ourselves in those principles of advanced teaching roles. Remember that purpose is to reach more students with excellent teachers and their teams, providing more support to early career teachers to do that, and paying teachers for their extending their reach, and to do that within that existing budget, and overall increase that impact from the school on achievement. Keeping in mind too that each school is unique. Each school design team underwent a similar process for creating a vision for advanced teaching roles in their school, defining those roles and responsibilities, how many, the number of, what type, those kinds of things. There are a variety of ways to implement the reach of a multi-classroom leader. Each school had to look at their data to determine the needs of their teacher teams and the early career teachers at each grade level and content area. In year one implementation, the schools are starting small to ensure that the implementation goes well and they can build sustainability and stay budget neutral. For every year after, they will increase those adult leader roles as needed and how it fits into their school. With that being said, each school has planned for a certain number of multi-classroom leaders and reach associates. They created schedules that would allow the multi-classroom leader to provide that extended reach for more students and support those early career teachers. Working together with the district, we discussed how to train the multi-classroom leaders, what the schedules would look like, how much planning time with the principal, with other multi-classroom leaders, with the team, how would they be held accountable, how would we ensure that there's an impact on student learning and building the capacity of those early career teachers. And again, each school is unique, so it's very dependent on multiple forms of data to determine what it looks like and for whom they're supporting. In the 2024-2025 school year, Aberdeen, Southern Middle, and Pinecrest will begin implementing advanced teaching roles, and the district hopes to expand to 3 additional schools. Those are yet to be determined. There's a lot that goes into that selection, and we just haven't made those determinations yet. Keeping with the idea that we expand and add new schools every year, we would like to continue the partnership with Public Impact to support that design process. As stated earlier, the grant funds are for utilizing the experts in designing the rollout of advanced teaching roles, so we want to continue that partnership with Public Impact. They provide that expertise to construct staffing models that really attract and retain excellent teachers and maximize the influence of strong teachers to reach more students. The continued partnership with Public Impact will help build the district capacity to implement advanced teaching roles and kind of hand over that gradual release of ownership for us, and then continue that design process for individual schools. Here's a breakdown of the costs involved with that partnership. Some of the services include in that are the design process for 3 additional schools, regular check-ins with all principals, designing look-fors with this year's schools, providing professional development for the new hires, and helping the district monitor and evaluate the implementation so we can provide support where needed. We definitely want to thank you for your support in this work. We're really excited about this model and how it aligns to our goals for recruitment and retention of excellent teachers and providing support to our early career teachers, which is very important. We respectfully request a contract with Public Impact to provide technical assistance and professional learning to continue to design and implement opportunity culture staffing models. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, members of the board. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Kenzie. I had just one. So is it 6 total or just the 3? Is it Aberdeen, Southern Middle, Pinecrest? Is that it?
We'll be implementing,
Implementing. Okay,
and then
thank
we
you.
would like to bring on 3 new to begin the design process. And I'm glad you asked that, because we do get the whole school year to learn how to design advanced teaching roles in the 3 schools that we haven't yet picked.
That's what I wanted. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Question, how does this impact your PLC program? what are the effects, if any, on PLC?
Hopefully, Mr. Benway will enhance the PLT process because these excellent teachers will be a part of that. They're a classroom teacher, they are teaching their own students, they are extending their reach by then being able to go and work with early career teachers or their team in a variety of ways, looking at the data, much like we do in PLTs. They'll be a part of that process, enhancing that, and they're bringing that expertise. I'm glad you asked. So let's have an example of, say, core phonics that we're implementing. They have this expertise that they'll be able to bring to the table to talk about what does it look like, what are some of the things that I've learned, and here's what the data shows from our students, and now we know what kind of interventions to do. So they bring that expertise to that process.
So does this eliminate the need for PLC?
Absolutely not. That's not what I would say. That's just Heather's opinion right there, but I would say no, it would not.
Okay.
Professional learning teams is definitely one of our drivers in order to do data-based decision-making for instruction.
Okay, good.
Yeah, PLCs are a part of the Moore County way.
Yep.
It's a
you bet.
non-negotiable. It will not go away, and this just enhances it. It takes it to another level and allows for a master teacher to take a leadership role in that process.
Okay, good, because I'm a big fan. Thank you.
Me too.
Other members of the board?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Have questions? Yeah, I have a couple questions. So this ATR grant, did the ATR grant specify the company that we had to hire in order to meet the goals of the grant?
No, it did not.
Okay, so we were free to choose whatever company or consultant or how we approached.
We were free to choose, but as we talked about in March, and I think demonstrated at that day, this is the company that most school districts across the state of North Carolina are using. We did some due diligence on them, and again, we have felt very comfortable with their work during this past 5 months that we've been working with them.
So what is their opportunity culture? Can you explain what their opportunity culture is? Here's my concern, right? What you present up here, I mean, it looks great. And, you know, to board members, it's like, yeah, we need this. But then you go to their website, you go to what's the name of the company? Public Impact's website. I mean, I got it right here. I can't believe I couldn't remember it. But anyway, you go to the Public Impact's website, and their website is chock full of things that this board has rejected and that the voters of Moore County have rejected. So I'm not sure that it's a good culture match, and I'm not sure. I mean, I heard that, oh, well, this is the Moore County way. Well, yeah, a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and some of the other stuff that's prominently featured on their website. So I have concerns about this being the correct. I heard what you said, Dr. Metcalf, about, most school districts in North Carolina do this. Well, okay, so, if it's not a good culture match, it's not a good culture match. And if they're trying to achieve objectives that are not in alignment with what this board objectives are, or if they're trying to achieve objectives of this board and the citizens of Moore County have specifically rejected, then perhaps we should look at another company that can do the same thing, that isn't chock full of all this stuff that, well, quite frankly, we've rejected. So I would just ask other board members between now and next week, when we're going to vote on this, we're going to discuss and vote on this. I would ask the other board members and the public to do your due diligence on this company called Public Impact. The other thing that I would ask Dr. Locklear is...
Could I grab that while it's a
sure,
fresh
yeah,
topic?
absolutely.
Some months ago, some innuendo was flashed around about this very issue. So I did some due diligence myself and investigated the extent to which this company embraces, if you will, DEI. For my review, it has the standard defensive boilerplate statement at the back of their website that covers everybody. You'll find the same boiler statement at Sandhills Community College. And most of the other businesses around here. It's just sort of a thing that happens. Nowhere in their discussion of their work do they endorse promoting this sort of thing. So before we lower the boom on them. I think it's right to take a hard look at what they're doing and what other institutions are doing as well.
Sure,
That's all
that's what I'm asking people to do their research so that we can have a very public discussion on this next Monday, because it's very important that, you know, a lot of people, a lot of parents, a lot of citizens worked really hard to get progressive things such as, you know, either I'm trying to think of the word, either doing it before, either way, a lot of people have worked really hard, citizens, parents, some of us, not all, but some of us have worked really hard to get things such as CRT and DEI and other progressive ideas out. And we have to guard against it coming in covertly via things that look good, but they have alternative agendas. And look, I can only go based upon what I see on their website. And, you know, if their leading splash page is all about DEI, then I just find it hard to believe that, you know, well, that's just some little sideshow. So anyway, my point is just do your research and let's discuss it next week as to whether this public impact is the correct cultural fit for Moore County schools. Thank you.
If I could offer to that, Mr. Hensley, public impact works for us. And the opportunity culture that Moore County Schools is working to create through the Advanced Teaching Roles Grant is an opportunity for great teachers to be retained in the classroom, but yet make some more money to do it, and to have a broader impact on other teachers, new to the career teachers, and also have a broader impact on academic outcomes. And so that's the opportunity culture that we're working to build, and then do it in such a sustainable way that it works past the grant. Right. And so that's what we're trying to build. I would say that Public Impact has done a very good job historically working with school districts to build that. They really are the content experts on that. You're right, Public Impact does promote DEI, as it's called, diversity, equity, and inclusion. But the work that we're doing with Public Impact is to grow that in our schools. It also offers the opportunity for Moore County Schools to be part of a collaborative with other school districts who received the grant in this past cycle, and that's been, I think, a positive for our school principals and our folks that are working through that. So again, it comes with my recommendation. I think Public Impact's done a good job of working with us. And again, you know, as I sometimes remind ourselves, they work for us, we don't work for them. So, they're going to drive this improvement process in the strategy that we're trying to move towards, which is that opportunity culture for our staff to grow, be retained, and then and grow great, less veteran teachers who are retained as well.
And let me say this, Dr. Locklear. Look, everybody on the board, you know, what you just said, you know, the teacher growth and the teacher retention and the increased pay, look, everybody on this board 100% supports that. And it's really a shame that companies get involved in these cultural things because, you know, the company should be viewpoint neutral. Right? We want to be viewpoint neutral. The company should be viewpoint neutral. And the fact that they wear their progressivism on their sleeve makes me not want to support them. You know, the old think globally, act locally. You know, a year and a half ago, the discussion on this board was not buying Chinese laptops because we didn't want to support the Republic of China, the People's Republic of China communist regime. I mean, that's an exact quote. So this is the same case is, you know, why are we spending our taxpayers' money? You know, granted, I hope they come in and do this viewpoint neutral, but at the end of the day, we're still giving money to an organization that's ideologically different from us. And it's a shame that they're not viewpoint neutral, but it causes me to want to look for another company that's either viewpoint neutral, you know, keeps their opinions to themselves and just does their job and is viewpoint neutral, or maybe select a company that you know, their opening splash page on their website is espousing traditional American values. So it's unfortunate that companies like Public Impact put themselves in this situation by choosing to wear their progressivism on their sleeve, but I just don't think we should support them. But anyway, we all support the goals. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions from the board? Right? Okay. If not, we'll move on. That'll probably be on a voting portion of the agenda is my guess. Thank you. Data center server and storage.
Thank you, Mr.
Refresh.
Chair. We have Ken Eklund and Miss Jamie Sinan, who are here to present these next two items to the board. They're both dealing with technology refreshes, if you will. And as always, I'll let our experts talk about the topic. Mr. Eklund and Ms. Sinan.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear, Chair Levy. The first item is a refresh. We're at the end of the 5-year refresh cycle for the server and storage equipment that's in our data center. We're presented to you a refresh plan leveraging North Carolina State DIT Contract 204X for the purchase of server and storage hardware and the associated software licensing through Davenport Systems. This new hardware and software will be fully covered through the future 5-year production life cycle with 24/7 support, including 4-hour guaranteed response time. This refreshes the servers in our current data center. What we do is then take those servers and move them to our remote disaster recovery site. This actually expands the system slightly by improving our storage capacity between the two sites where there's immediate replication between the two sites, so our disaster recovery will be that much better. The total cost is $258,850 plus $18,119.50 of tax. And I'm available for any questions.
Members of the board?
Oh, it's through
Fund coming from, I'm sorry.
our Fund 8,
Fund
the
8.
technology
Thank
funds,
you.
yes. Mhm.
Okay. Questions, members of the board?
Mr. Eklund, just refresh my memory. Do your data centers, you have two, right?
Yes, we have the data center here
Right.
on the Pinckney campus, and then we also lease some rack space at MCNC, the state organization that acts as a disaster recovery site.
Okay, good. So thank you. The data center you have here, does it have full generator backup for
Yes,
the air conditioning
yes,
and everything?
yes,
Okay, all right,
yes.
thank you.
It's thanks to our operations department that we finally have generator covered.
Was that recent that you had when was the generator backup and stuff?
It was recent. I wouldn't want to quote the incorrect date, but
Yeah,
we
good.
finally have that implemented. Yeah.
Good. Do you know, is it natural gas or propane or
It
diesel?
is compressed natural gas, from my understanding. Yes.
Yeah, so it has limited capacity. If
Yes,
it's-
yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's part of the ESSER funds that we use for that project, Ms. Jansen.
Just make sure you have a big propane tank.
It's a big day. Yes. Yeah. People are aware of the weather coming up, so we're.
Further questions, members of the board? Seeing none,
Thank you.
let's move on.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
There's more for your presentation.
No. I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry.
He's got the next item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes. Oh, okay, all right, I get it.
And this one, as the previous one, does come with my recommendation. This is on ClassLink, which is a 1-point sign-in. I'll let Kent talk about the purpose of this and how it's beneficial to us. Kent?
Yes, thank you. This is a product that provides automatic account creation and class rostering for a wide variety of our educational software. It also provides a dashboard that we use to collect usage statistics. So we basically use it to track actual uses of instructional programs to make sure we're getting return on investment, and we're actually seeing impact from those. And we're leveraging that data now. This is an extension of our current contract that aligns it with our fiscal year boundaries and then carries it through the 24-25 and 25-26 school years for a total cost of $95,352.90. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, questions from members of the board? Seeing none? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like a consent agenda matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Thank you, Kent.
2024-25 federal programs consolidated application for funding overview. Tell us about that, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is, as Dr. Scott, I'm sure will express, this is our application. This is the official endorsement from the board on our application for the consolidated funding that we receive in several they're called title funds. And I'll let Dr. Scott kind of walk through that briefly, but this allows us to submit our application and therefore then receive the money for the various purposes that we use that. So Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Scott.
I like that. Yeah, he just hands it away. Good morning. So it does have several title funds. Charlie, can you scroll down just a little bit? So you can see our funding over the past few years on these funds. Some have fluctuated downward, some have fluctuated up just a tad. You were provided with how each of these title funds were allotted. So under Title I, that's just our basic funding, and it's the number of formula children counted for allocation purpose is at least 10 and greater than 2% of the LEA's charter schools' total population ages 5 to 17. This is how DPI determines the funding. The Title I Part A funds, which is the first line right there, the 050 funds, these are the funds that are used to support our Title I schools, of which we have 12. It also supports our parent liaison translators that we have at Elise and Robbins. It supports our instructional support facilitators that are at our Title I schools to help with those teachers in planning and supporting instruction. It also helps fund our district foster care, McKinney-Vento, and homeless coordinator that we have, who helps work with those students and families. These funds are distributed to schools in two methods. So we have the community eligible program schools, and then we have the schools that continue to take lunch applications. The threshold to be considered for Title I is 40%. So the 12 schools identified are the schools that we support with these funds. And the schools can use these funds. Some use them for additional personnel. Some use them to buy supplies and materials. And so they go through a application process and submit those, and we review and we approve so that they can spend the funds for the needs for their school. Under Title II, this is our professional development fund. This is where the professional development that Donna Gephardt and her team put together each year. So this funding is allocated, 20% is distributed based on the relative population of children ages 5 to 17. The other 80% is distributed based on the relative population of children 5 to 17 from families with incomes below the poverty line. These funds provide their professional development to our new teachers, our new teacher orientation, our beginning teacher program, our More Learning Conference that we hold every year in August. It supports our administrators and summer curriculum work, which I'm sure Ms. Gephardt talked about all of that great work that our teachers work on in the summer. So this helps support that through that funding. Our Title III is our English Language Acquisition Fund. These funds are allocated based on the annual head count of the LEA's LEP students. I think we need a few more acronyms. That's our Limited English Proficient students. That includes any immigrant students and youth. Each PSU receives an amount in the same proportion that the population of English learners in schools served by the eligible unit bears to the population of English learners in schools served by all eligible units in the state. These funds are used to support our English language learners, our materials for our English second language teachers, professional development for those teachers, and our Hispanic family academies that we have. That is where this funding goes. It helps support the personnel and the materials for those that we have. Title IV Part A, this is student support and academic enrichment. These allocations are made based on a relative of shared funds for the preceding fiscal year. So all LEAs can receive at least $10,000. We obviously receive a little bit more. It is based on each LEA received Title I Part A from the preceding fiscal year allocation. The SEA, the state, must provide each local institution an allocation in amount that is ratably reduced below 10,000, consistent with Section 105. I don't know, that's DPI. What we do with this is we support CLC at Pinckney. So that's how we pay for our Twilight program for those students who need that alternative in the evening opportunity to come and finish their high school diploma. And so that pays for the personnel and the program that we use to help those students be successful and graduate, which many of those y'all attended the Pinckney graduation in July. So it's really worth it. It's great for those kids. And just ask Ms. Wilson, she'll tell you all about it. We also use this to support our Connect Academy. So this provides the Moore County Schools electives that we provide to those students that are preferenced for that online program. And so it allows us to pay some of our stronger teachers to provide that elective in an online format to support our Connect Academy and build that program. It also helps to provide our Math 1 and our World History for those middle school students who qualify for that. We have to pay those teachers as well in order to provide that additional instruction for those students who qualify to take those programs in middle school. All right, so we have another fund on here. It's called Title I Part D. This used to be included in the 050. DPI has taken it out and separated. It's for neglected and delinquent youth. So these funds are allocated based on an October caseload of children ages 5 through 17 that are in local institutions for neglected and delinquent children and adult correctional institutions. We are able to utilize these funds to support CLC at Pinckney, and we also have equitable services that we can provide to anyone who applies, and that would be Cameron Boys Camp. So those are the two that receive these funds to support the needs of the students in their programs. That's what we got.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. What an overview of programs. Okay, questions, members of the board?
I have a couple
Go
questions.
ahead.
So I didn't see the federal lunch program dollars in here, or did I miss it?
I don't get that information.
So this is just allocation of federal programs outside of the lunch program?
Yes, sir. This does not include, our allocation is determined based on that 40% who qualify for the community eligible program. We have to use that data to submit to DPI to show that we have a need.
Yeah, okay, can you scroll up a bit, please?
And
I
that's
just want to see the totals there. So we're looking at 3 million, 3.5, you scroll down a little bit, Charlie. So we're looking at about 4 million in the upcoming year, right?
yes, sir. And the fund you're talking about is Fund 5, food nutrition, child nutrition, and they get that through the our CEP schools are fully. We get funds for those schools, and then it's reimbursement on the others.
Yeah, I just, it would be nice to know the total amount of federal funds that Moore County Schools gets, because as everyone is painfully aware, federal funds always come with the strings attached, some good, some bad, and it would be nice to know, actually, if we just said no to federal funds, then we would be unburdened by what was, and we could be what could be, or whatever Kamala Harris says. But the point is, we should take a hard look at how much federal funds we have and whether the cost benefit, and I'm not judging one way or another, but if it's $7 million and we look at it and then we find out, well, gosh, if we take $7 million, we have to do this, 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 and this to include, the Biden administration's recent expansion of Title IX. Maybe we should have a conversation of, okay, let's go to the taxpayers of Moore County and say, look, for whatever the number is, $6 million more, we can replicate all these things that the federal government's doing, and we're not bound by any of their rules and regulations, which we might find repugnant. And part of the problem with the rules and regulations from the federal government is they appear to not be viewpoint neutral. They appear to be administration specific. And how are we as a school district on the very bottom of the chain of command, where crap rolls downhill, supposed to be constantly adjusting every time an administration wants to, invent a new rule and tie our federal funds for it. So anyway, I would just like to know, not today, but, at some point, the total dollar amount that we get from the federal government, because we might be coming to a point where we have a discussion as a community that, the ties, the requirements from the federal government aren't worth the money that it's giving us. And again, I'm not making any judgment as to whether or not that's the case or that's how I feel, but it's certainly worth looking into and having a discussion. Thank you.
David, are you wanting to know the grant money as well?
Yeah, I just want to know, look, blood,
That
whatever
would be two
whatever the
separate costs,
federal
right?
government gives us, here's the lunch program, here's, this, here's whatever, and here is, look, if we want to be unburdened by, federal mandates. Here's what it would cost to be unburdened by federal mandates. And again, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying that it's a discussion that reasonable people can have.
Further questions, comments? The only thing that would bring to mind when we do have that discussion is that when we look at federal mandates, especially it's with respect to Title IX and the like, it's not just federal funds, but it's also the Equal Protection Clause as interpreted by the Supreme Court. So that is also regardless of federal funds. So we have to keep that in mind. Anything further? Okay. If not, let's keep on going. Item G, the first reading of the new and revised policies. Let me turn that over to the chairman of our policy committee, Ms. Davis.
I'll really just turn it right over to either Dr. Locklear or Dr. Patterson. These were all revised to align with the North Carolina School Board Association, and pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Yes, I'll turn it over to Dr. Patterson to walk through each. They're all attached and redlined for the changes that have been made. I would bring to the board's attention policy number 4. It's brought to you from staff, from me as superintendent, to have a teleworking policy. And I'll speak a little bit more about that and my reasons behind wanting to have an actual policy versus a practice, and in just a second. So I'll just let Dr. Patterson walk through each. And if you allow me, Dr. Patterson, on number 4, I'd like to talk a little bit more about that one.
Okay. So we'll start with policy 1, which is 1310-4002, parental involvement. And the changes begin on page 5.
And I would just scroll through those today, Dr. Patterson. The board will be able to review those this week and, of course, be prepared for next week. But if there are something that stands out to the board, we can try to answer those questions.
So are these are these highlighted like they have been in the past by model? And so
Yes, sir.
model could come in from the state school board association versus local, right?
Yes, sir. The red would indicate that these are changes that the policy committee has approved and recommended for first reading. They came from the North Carolina School Board's suggested revisions. There are a couple places where the committee tweaked the wording a bit, and you would see that indicated as well. And we can show an example of that one under insurance, I believe.
Yeah, not
So
on
how-
this
but not on this
policy
one.
was not.
So how are local changes indicated? Are they highlighted in yellow per what we've done in the past?
I'll point that out. We only had one that we actually made changes to. So there were no change. This is all North Carolina School Board Association on this particular policy. The ones in red.
I'm not talking about just this one policy. I'm talking about the whole. I mean, I got to know what I'm looking at here. In the past, if it was state school board association, it was whatever. It was red. If it was local, it was highlighted in yellow. And Dr. Locklear has already said that he's made recommendations, which means that didn't come from the state school board association. So how do we know the ones that are from the model policy and the ones that are not directly from the model policy?
I'll provide that information when we get there. Right now, we are
Okay.
looking just at North Carolina School Board Association changes in red.
Dr. Locklear, is there any reason why, committee chair, is there any reason why we've deviated from how we've done this in the past where local changes are highlighted?
I'm not sure that anyone has said that we have deviated from the past. Dr. Patterson's the one who does the editing on these, and I believe if there's anything that we changed, I'm assuming it's yellow highlighted as it always has been.
Oh, if I understood Dr. Patterson and in answer to my question, she said, I will say it when we get to it.
Yeah,
She didn't say it was highlighted in yellow. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're looking at here before we look at it.
If we you can't figure it out before you look at it, sir, so we'll let Dr. Patterson continue with presenting it to us.
Well, no, hold on, Chair, hold on.
Just Dr. Patterson, why don't we go to you, and if there is a change? Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Patterson, why don't we go to you, and if there is a change, point that out.
I will.
Okay, because I think there's only one,
There is.
and it's like one word or something like that. But go ahead. Let me give Dr. Patterson the floor, and then afterwards.
Chair Levy, you keep saying there's one change, but Dr. Locklear said he added a whole section. So which is it? I mean, is there one change of one word? In the past, it's always been briefed. Okay, here's, changes that are model or done this way, changes that are locally are done this way, and blah, 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 blah. So are we following the same, scheme here as we've done in the past? Okay, that was my question.
Yes,
That
I
was
think
not-
there's
Yes.
an attempt,
Thank you.
yes, sir, it is our intent to make sure that's clear. The policy that I'm recommending is all red. It's a whole policy coming from staff that the policy committee approved to bring forward first reading. And it's all in red. That's the entire policy on telework. And I included regulation for information at the first reading, so you'd see the regulation behind that recommended policy. Dr. Patterson, if you'll keep moving through these and see if there's anything that pops out right this second, but we'll just keep moving and noting where those North Carolina School Board changes are the committee's changes.
Yes, sir. So the second policy is 1760, 7280, prohibition against retaliation.
I'm sorry, we just skipped a whole paragraph that was read. I would like to, if we're going to do a reading, I would like to go through, because you won't let us do this in a business meeting, Mr. Chair. So I would like to go through and look at each change.
Are you saying that you want to read it now? Because
Right.
it was in your packet that we got with the agenda. But go ahead, Dr. Patterson. Go as slow as Mr. Hensley wants. Okay.
Yes. Chair Levy, this has been a point of contention, and I don't understand why this is a reading. And when I attempt to cover these in the business meeting, you and the vice chair have said, well, that's why we have the work session to cover this in detail. So now that I'm wanting to cover it in detail in the work session, you say that I should have read it before I came here, but that's the purpose of a work session, is to discuss, look at things in detail and discuss and debate them.
Right. The purpose of the work session
good,
is
thank you.
before the work session to read it, and then at the work session to discuss it. But just tell Dr. Patterson where you want to put it, and we'll go as slowly as you want so that you can read the whole thing. Although I wish you had have read it before we got here, but that's okay. That's life.
Well,
Okay.
Chair Levy, I'll point out several times in the last couple of years where I've pointed things out in business session where we've changed the policy because it was contradictory and stuff. So it's never too late. It's never too late to discover discrepancy and report it. But
Okay.
anyway,
All
the
right.
intention of a reading is exactly what we're going to do.
All right. So where do you want Dr. Patterson to go on the
Well, at this point, we need to start at the beginning because I don't even remember what the topic of this policy was. So I think we can just start up and just kind of scroll through and hit the changes.
Okay, going back to policy 1310, 4002, parental involvement. Page 5 was the original changes that we discussed. And that is in red from the School Board Association. Page 7 at the bottom. That being added, then there's some technical corrections there in the lettering. The next actual change is page 9.
Charlie's, in just a second, scroll back up to the title of that. That's the subtitle. Go up to whatever number that
Number
letter
4.
D is falling under. And that gives a little bit more context, because we did question this. We went back and forth. with the wording of that just a little bit, but it after reading it thoroughly, I think that you'll be satisfied with it. Is there a way for you to make it small enough where we could see it all? Would everyone with the eyesight take that? Mine might not. Right there. Well, yeah, go back up. It might not work.
Next change is on page 11.
Yeah, he's not done yet.
Right. But you saw that part, correct?
No, I was reading it, and I was about to get to the paragraph B. Can we make it a little larger, please? I can't read it.
Thank you for trying, Charlie.
I can't imagine the parents never having a right to opt out of something that doesn't involve the safety or danger of the child. Right there, this board, apparently based upon the State School Board Association, is right there. Parents do not have the right to opt out of. I don't care what the next sentence says, unless the sentence says something having to do with the safety or emergent, medical emergency. Parents absolutely have the right to opt out of something.
Well, let's read. Yeah, Charlie, get back to where it was, please. What parents do not have the right to opt out of is a short duration academic, career, personal, and/or social guidance and counseling and crisis intervention that is needed to maintain order, discipline, or productive learning environment. So I don't believe that we would have our parents let our children not go to, if Miss Dr. Patterson, correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be if a child needs to go to maybe ISS or some other type of disciplinary thing where we're giving them further guidance for their discipline and productive learning. So parents, I don't believe that they would have the right to opt out of that, sir.
Well, okay, so first of all, there's 3 things there, and you read the first one, but the first one doesn't say ISS. It says academic, career, personal, or social guidance and counseling. And
I could have been wrong with the ISS. That's where I asked Dr. Patterson or Dr. Locklear.
This
to
could
weigh
be,
in.
it says discipline or productive learning environment in order to maintain that. So you could have a situation where students need to meet with a counselor based on a discipline situation and an altercation, whatever, what have you. It could be when they're entering back into the school environment after being on out-of-school suspension. There's a variety of reasons why that may happen. And again, the short duration is the important piece here. It's just like parents can't opt out of a school administrator investigating a situation and meeting with their students and asking questions. That's not something parents can opt out of. So that's just part of maintaining a safe and orderly environment. So that's where I believe this is pointed towards, and it's pointed towards a student comes to the counselor and asks about a scholarship, things like that, those short duration type of things. So I believe that's what this is pointed towards, and it's rewritten, I think, from the North Carolina School Board Association as a result of the Parent Bill of Rights law.
My concern is I heard everything you said, Dr. Locklear, but there's a difference. There's a huge difference in standard between parental notification and permission are not required. I'm kind of okay with that, but you're changing parental notification and permission are not required to parents do not have the right to opt out of any of that. That's a completely different standard.
So the red that's crossed out, was that something we crossed out, or that's something that the association? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the State School Board Association, who many times, frequently, their values and principles do not align with Moore County's values and principles. They're trying to change parental notification not required to, under any circumstances, parents cannot opt out, and I am not going to vote for that. I can't see how any board member that has conservative values would vote for taking away a parent's right to opt out of something that he or she may or they might find offensive.
I mean, I'm kind of taking it as I'm looking at it a different way, but the part that they crossed out, I don't understand why they would have crossed that out, because I think parents should be notified on a child's academic guidance, because that's kind of where I was looking at it more, not necessarily the counseling and crisis intervention. I'm looking at my child's getting a career plan, and they're going through that. So I would want to be notified of that. So I have a little bit different take of what David is talking about, too.
It's actually interesting because they went from we're not going to notify the parents to we're not going to notify the parents and they can't opt out. I mean, look, the whole crux of this is there's no parental notification, right? And then once you get past there's no parental notification, I understand stuff happens on the fly. You can't have parental notification. But if a parent finds out and objects to it, I mean, what's number 2? Group counseling targeted at student-specific concerns or needs. I mean, I don't even know what that means, but I think a parent could opt out of counseling of their child. I mean, we just wrote a whole parental bill of rights. Now we're going and gutting parts of the parental bill of rights by saying parents can't opt out. It's hypocrisy on display. Being force-fed by the North Carolina School Board Association out of Raleigh, which is, I believe, Wake County.
Page 11 is the next suggested change.
Back up and see what this, so we can take this in context, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're talking about written parental permission is required prior to the following things: off-campus trips, medication, okay, keep going, high-risk activities, student access to school system technological resources. Okay, so we currently do that, don't we?
We do have a use agreement that is part of our student handbook. We are following up with council when it says the internet, because that's kind of like flicking on the light switch. It's kind of a baseline deal when you walk into a classroom. So we may be bringing back to the September Policy Committee some staff recommended changes in that wording. But yes, sir, we do have a process they sign and talk about the expectations of using technological resources. Yes, sir.
Okay, the next page, 12. Number 4.
I think you were
You
there.
went too far. Go.
Okay. Can you scroll back up, please? Okay, go down, please. I don't understand what that paragraph says. In context of, you know, you got age-appropriate instructions, you got parent access to records, then all of a sudden you got school support services training.
If I recall, Mr. Anderson, part of the Parent Bill of Rights is restricting the student support services training and the way that school personnel administer student support services guidelines. It has to stick to the standards and the framework that's in the Department of Public Instruction, so it can't go outside of that. I think that's what that's supposed to be indicating.
Okay. Thank you.
And then on page 14, there are a few changes or additions to the references, legal references. The red, the blue are links.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for policy 1. Policy 2 is 1760-7280, prohibition against retaliation. And it starts on page 1, on down just a little bit. And again, these are recommendations by the School Board Association.
Any idea why they changed a broad definition of unlawful activity, policy, or practice, which is broad? I mean, unlawful activity includes U.S. code, state code, local code. Why they went from that to saying wrongdoing of the sort described in this policy? I mean, I think we would want it, this has to do with whistleblowing, right? Can you scroll back up, please? Yeah, so, okay, if you scroll back down. So right now, the policy protects retaliation against anybody who in good faith represents information that they believe to be an unlawful activity, policy, or practice. And now we're only going to restrict that protection to wrongdoing of the sort described in this policy, which then goes down and says wrongdoing. So I guess we're going to get, where's the wrongdoing as described in this policy? Is that in a future paragraph? Okay, I guess we'll see what that has to say.
Go up a little bit more, please, Charlie. Second paragraph. Reason believes that it describes several things there.
So are we saying that that's the wrongdoing as described in this policy?
Yes.
I think that should be clearly articulated, that this is the wrongdoing. I mean, I guess, okay, but that's not very clear. Okay.
Go ahead.
And that's all for that particular policy. Policy 3, licensure, 7130. And the change begins on page 3, and it has to do with reporting misconduct.
Okay.
Just noting that was revised in the law, which is why the North Carolina School Board's brought it down.
And then there are just a couple, or 2 or 3 changes to the legal references in this as well.
Just real quick, can you scroll up? What's the equitable distrib, since we're here, let's read the equitable distribution of teachers. I'm intrigued. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, the 4th policy then is 7503, teleworking, and Dr. Locklear is going to speak to this one.
Yes, and it's all red, board members, and so I would ask to please review that. But just as an overview of this, as I noted, I felt it was important for, as a school district, that we have a policy versus a practice of when teleworking is implemented. We are one of a few districts that don't currently have a teleworking policy in place from our school board. This does a couple different things. One, it recognizes that there are places and times where teleworking is appropriate. It recognizes and defines what it is and when it can happen. And so I thought those were important pieces to have in policy. I've also included, as a result of the policy, I would be implementing a regulation, and I wanted the board to have that information. The regulation goes into more detail in exactly how this would be administered. This policy talks about that it's important to have a system and process of constraints of when this happens, but the policy also notes that in today's workforce environment, certainly the ability to telework can be a recruitment and retention item as well. So that's part of this as well. It defines it, as I noted. It talks about temporary teleworking in emergency situations that might be like the blackout we had. You said, well, you ain't got internet if you if you ain't got electricity. But there were parts of Moore County, as we know, that came on board, and folks could have been doing some work if it was appropriate. It talks about teleworking on optional teacher work days. This is something our Teacher Advisory Council has brought to us as school district administrators for a number of years, the ability to do that. It also talks about discretionary teleworking in situations where that may be appropriate for a short period of time. And then it talks about if you had full telework positions or hybrid telework positions. In practice, we do have our Connect Virtual Academy teachers who telework primarily most of their time. They may come into a central site for a meeting or things of that nature. So we already have this in practice. So again, thought it would be good to have policy that govern it. This also talks about general conditions of teleworking, that employees have to be in good standing to telework. You have to have, we know that we're in a people business. We're in a, with working with people business, so there's going to be restrictions on when this can happen and how it can happen, and that's laid out in regulation. This also talks about teleworking as an accommodation. This policy would not govern that. The American Disabilities Act would govern if someone came in and requested telework as an accommodation to their work position. We would handle that through the ADA process. Dr. Patterson and her team, working with our board counsel, would work through that as required by law. And so, again, this lays this policy out from the board. I do recommend that the board adopt this policy. And, this would be something that we would monitor, of course, and if it needed to be revised in the future, we could do that. The regulation is there for your information, so you can see on each of these areas, there's a lot more information and system and process to make on how we would administer this. So I'm certainly open to any questions.
Was this written with the Swartz team as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
This went through the Swartz team. Of course, we looked at some other existing policies around the state, and there's several school districts who have that, as I noted, and then worked to make it what we felt would work for Moore County schools, and Swartz team did review that.
Before I go, does anyone on the board have any objections to any of this? Is everyone good with all of this? So every board member unquestionably is cool with this.
Well, I have a couple of comments, but I'll wait for you.
Oh, please, I'll defer to you.
No, it's
Mr.
okay.
Now, go ahead,
Go ahead.
please.
I have a question about the first one, the permission, that, what was it, how was it worded? Notification and permission. It's all the way back at the first one. No, not on, at the very first policy. Are you just talking about this one?
Yeah, I'm talking about this whole policy, yes, the whole teleworking.
This is just
Oh,
telework.
no, I'm talking about the very first one, so go ahead.
Okay, anything further? Members of the board, comments?
If you could scroll down, please. Keep going, I forget. Oh, right there, no, item C. I've got huge problems with teleworking on optional teacher work days. I would assume that optional teacher work days are a time when, like, maybe when does the principal get all their people together and have meetings and this and that?
Yes, sir. That would be that would be a required teacher work day. We do have required protected days where we offer professional development, or a principal would be in charge of doing professional development meetings. As you know, there are also optional days that are required in the calendar. Those are days that teachers can take annual leave if they have that available to themselves. There aren't required meetings, et cetera, usually planned during those days because it's optional, and all staff may not be there. As I noted, for a number of years, our teachers have talked about and requested the option to be able to work in a teleworking manner. There are some other school districts that do this, and so this would put constraints around that. It wouldn't be just anything and everybody. You'd have to have permission. You'd have to be in good standing. The principal would have to determine, okay, do I have a staff here that I need on an optional teacher work day? Maybe there's some planned situation or some type of meeting that they do need that teacher to be present if they haven't taken the day off. So there's a variety of reasons why you may deny it, but there would be a process in place to do it.
Do we have the school calendar? Do we have the upcoming school calendar handy by chance? I mean, is it somewhere on the, we could just
It would
pull
be
up
on the
real quick?
website.
Yeah, could we pull that up real quick? I think there's a point to be made here involving the calendar. Because look, we have to convince the people of Moore County that this is in their interest and that there's a good work reason for this. And so the RW is required work days, right? And the OWs are optional work days. So for example, January 2nd and 3rd, which is a Thursday and Friday, are optional work days. Friday, August 23rd is an optional work day. If you scroll down, so we're looking at 3 days so far. 3 November, optional work day the day before Thanksgiving. So I think there'll be criticism of having optional work days be a work from home day because if you look, they're all on a Friday or before a holiday, and I think there'll be criticism that people would use that for what in the military would be called basket leave. And I'm not trying to impugn any of our, hardworking men and women of Moore County schools, but the optional work days are always suspiciously on Fridays, and to give the appearance that, you know, maybe someone says I'm working from home when really they're not working from home. That's going to be difficult to explain to the citizens of Moore County.
I would feel confident that the principal who is providing the permission would have a set of standards and, work that have to be turned in. And, I would strongly disagree with the fact that our teachers would not operate with the utmost integrity and work on the day that they say that they're gonna be working.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that too. I think that if it's going through the principal and they have to approve it first, it's the principal's responsibility to mandate that and regulate that with that teacher. So I would have full confidence in that the principal would handle it.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a leadership and it's a leadership issue and a management issue. I'm just saying that, you know, actually, Ms. Caldwell, you were the one. I remember the first year I was on the school board, and they had, you know, optional work days and required work days. If you go back to those meetings the first year I was on the board and we discussed the calendar, you were always advocating that those days be moved to a Friday or a day before a holiday. I mean, there's many reasons for that. But anyway.
Anything further?
No, sir. Again, this does come with my recommendation. I think it would be in the best interest of the school district, our employees, to have this policy in place. And then, of course, as I noted, it's something that we'll monitor. We'll see if there's anything we feel need to be revised, or you as a board may get feedback, and we can always come back and you know, visit this at the end of this school year.
Let me just say, Dr. Locklear, when you, and it's just a suggestion, you're going to be doing a regulation to implement this. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, and it's
All right.
attached. Yes, sir.
Let me suggest, because I sort of the same feelings about what could happen. It's not what will happen, but what could happen. But that there should be some sort of a direction that the teleworking should not be blanket.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, it's on a Friday, it's an optional work day, and the principal says, okay, all of you, just telework today, okay? I think what Ms. Caldwell is saying, yeah, you go to the principal, and the principal says, okay, you've got a good reason, and I'm going to go ahead and approve this as a telework day for you. I get that. I agree with it. I think it's a good idea. But there is a little bit of maybe a social incentive for the principal to say, everybody telework, you know, today. So I would hope that in the regulation, or I know with your leadership, maybe that doesn't even have to be in a regulation, but they you know, let them know that that's not the way we do it.
Yes, sir. Great point. The policy and regulation speak to that. The policy speaks is there's no right to telework. That if the situation changes, if work performance changes, whatever it may be, there is no right to telework. For example, we have optional work days on the calendar. We may have inclement weather. We may have different things.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
calendar has to be changed. And although you were pre-approved to telework on that day, well, now you have to come into work because it's no longer an optional work day. So there's no right to it necessarily. And to your point, we would set aside and make sure it's clear what days are eligible for that, for the optional work days. And teachers would need to request permission, again, be in good standing. And there's nothing that restricts the principal from saying, you know what, I think you need to come in on the next optional work day because we need to work on X or whatever it may be. So good point, Mr. Levy, and yes, sir, it's in there.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
ma'am.
Just
well,
one thing I want to add, and then I'll let you. And I will say too, not everyone has optional work days. If you're a new teacher, you don't even have that luxury. And the second thing I wanted to add too is that many of our teachers are working when it's not even an optional work day. So many teachers are bringing their stuff home on the weekend. So they're not even getting paid for
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yeah, our new teachers don't have the option to take leave.
Thank you. That's what I meant
yeah,
to say. Yeah,
yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Sorry, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Benway.
I was going to reinforce what Mr. Levy said here. I think that's a good approach. Leave it to the management of the principal, but this really is a principal's workday. selectively when you talk about it. But the implementation is the key. I think
Yes,
you've
sir.
got the right track. Thank you.
Okay, further. Okay, if not, I guess that deals with the policies. As usual, I would ask the
We do.
board,
We do
oh,
have
I'm
a-
sorry, we have other policies.
We have
I'm sorry. I apologize.
A few others suggested by
Okay, I'm
North Carolina
sorry.
School Board Association.
Okay, the fifth policy is policy 7552, employee absences.
I'm sorry, if we could go back one, I do have a fairness issue. So, does the previous policy, does that apply to classified staff as well? For example, supervisors who, job doesn't require them to be here, do they have the ability to telework, or is it only applied to?
Yes,
to
sir.
certified staff?
Classified staff would have the ability to telework. However, the policy is very clear that if your job doesn't allow you to telework, then you wouldn't be eligible for telework. But yes, sir, classified staff could telework or could have discretionary telework in a unique situation.
So would you envision, and I'm sorry to revisit it, this just came to mind, so would you envision assistant principals and principals being able to telework under optional work days, for example?
No.
So then classified staff supervisors wouldn't be able to either, correct?
That wouldn't be normal. Now, discretionarily, which this policy does allow for discretionary telework, maybe there's a unique extenuating situation, which the regulation talks about. Maybe you've got emergency situation where your washing machine just blew up and you're waiting for someone to come, and you want to be able to work from home for 3 hours. That's discretionary telework, and so the policy outlines a procedure and system for that. But I would not be thinking that we'd have principals all teleworking on optional work days. No, sir.
Well, see, therein lies the problem, is if someone's washing machine blows up and, I'm teleworking, well, okay, are you fixing your plumbing and mopping the floor and replacing your machine, or are you working? But then we get back to optional work days. Do optional work days apply to classified staff, or do they only apply to certified staff?
They would be like any other work day for classified staff, but yes, they would apply for classified staff. If they're at a school building, they'd be at that building when it's an optional work day.
Okay, and then getting back to classified staff, so for example, if we still have the position, the person that does the data entry for the school bus route. I know a year or so ago, we had a person who, plugs in the routes and, does the student stops. I assume we still have one or more people. Is that person eligible to work from home, or do they have to work here?
Currently, they work here, they report to work, and I think we would continue to ask majority of our employees to report to work on a daily basis unless there's a circumstance that we feel like they could do some work from home. You could create in the future a hybrid telework position where you've got someone who needs to come to work 3 days a week, and because of it's nothing but data entry for 2 days, we allow them to do that from home if they're producing and if they're getting the work done. So that's all. That would all be determined as we work through this.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive to inequalities between the certified and classified staff. I mean, it goes back to when COVID bonuses were being passed out, and the central office proposal, it certainly wasn't you, Dr. Locklear, but, the previous superintendent's proposal, which was almost adopted by the board, was a $25 per hour bonus for certified staff, $25 per hour bonus for certified staff working during COVID summer school, and a $75 a week bonus to the classified staff. So we just need to make sure that this policy seems aimed more at the certified staff, and we need to make sure that it doesn't have unexpected consequences with our classified staff, whether they're intended or not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Understood.
Okay. So policy 7552, employee absences. This policy, Schwartz actually rewrote it just a little bit for us to make it more clear about absences for our employees and the consequences.
So the things in red are what Schwartz wrote,
Yes.
not the, and not,
Right. This was not pushed down by the School Board Association. We
This is
had
Schwartz.
some issues with attendance last year, and so they reviewed this policy for us and made it more clear.
Okay, I thought I heard earlier that we were doing the yellow highlighting thing, and now we're not doing the yellow highlight. That's why I asked for clarity, and I was assured that we did yellow highlighting.
I think that yellow highlighting is when the policy committee makes a
It's-
recommendation to change what was given. If I was unclear on that, I'm sorry.
It should be previously it was anything other than what was recommended by the State School Board Association. That's why we should have a legend up front and it explains so that when we're going through this, everyone, to include the public and the press, understands, who made what changes, because in my mind, it matters. I'm going to put different weight depending upon whether it was a local or whether it came from the state school board. And that's how we've done it in the past. And that's why I asked for clarification at the beginning, because it is confusing
Well, at the
as to who
begin,
did what.
at the, I guess you could call it the legend, the front page notes each, will you go back, Charlie, just one to the, it specifies who makes the change.
The first reading.
There you go, right there. This policy includes recommendation by Schwartz or by the policy. It's laid out there. It's red highlighted by the change, and then any yellow highlighting is when the committee changes what was recommended by whomever made the recommendation to begin with. If I was unclear, I'm sorry. Or, all right, that's good. You can go back to the.
Ms. Vice Chair, getting back to, Ms. Vice Chair, if we could go back one, Charlie, to the index. So for example, I'm only pointing this out to make the process clearer, faster, and more understandable by everyone. Take this policy that we're covering right now, number 5. It says this policy includes recommendations by Schwartz Law. So now I'm forced to ask policy by, change by change. Is this Schwartz Law or is this someone else? Because it's unclear. Thank you.
What's the next one? Okay. Policy 6, 8110, budget resolution. And this policy is, I'm sorry.
I'm
did I skip?
sorry, we're still on the
You're still on
absentee.
5?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Have there been problems with employees not reporting absentees?
But I'll let you speak to that, Ms. Patterson. Or
I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering why we need the first red sentence there. Has there been a problem with people not reporting absentees?
I think the attempt here is to make it more clear what the expectation is for employees. We have had some situations where there's been excessive absences from employees, and we're trying to make it more clear that there can be disciplinary action if your absences are excessive, and to put a little more clarity to this policy, and that the policy is dealing with employees. So I think that's the perspective Dr. Patterson, when working with council, was taking.
And generally
Okay.
speaking, I'll say that the majority of the issues we were having, those employees did not even have leave. So they were really just not getting paid, not doing work.
Thank you. If you're waiting on me, Charlie, I'm good.
There's a B, but yeah, there's a B.
Let's get here.
We good? Okay. The sixth policy, 8110 budget resolution. This is a new policy. Schwartz recommended that we adopt it because it is referenced in a policy that we're going to get to, the very last policy, school finance officer, that was actually pushed down by the School Board Association for revision. So we didn't have this policy at all. 8110.
So hold on a second before you go on. So the first paragraph is problematic, and I'll explain why it's problematic. And it has absolutely nothing to do with this policy. It has to do with the phrase that the board will provide schools with maximum flexibility in the use of their funds to enable the schools to accomplish their student performance goals. You know, that sounds like really good, and that sounds like, yes, we should delegate down as far as we can. The problem is the board never sees the school level budgets. And in spite of promising the electorate for years, our chair, Mr. Levy, and I stated that we would have a bottom-up budget, a zero-based budget, where we have every single budget item rejustified, validated, and we start from scratch. We've not delivered that. One of the biggest problems I have two huge problems with the budget process, having gone through it now on the fourth year, and that is when you get to the last sentence there, except in accordance with the budget resolution, the school system will not expend any monies regardless of their source except in accordance with the budget resolution adopted by the board. That really is carte blanche, because the budget resolution that we pass is at the fund level. We actually have very little visibility of fund expend. I mean, sure, you could go look at the checks that are spent online, assuming we're still doing that. But throughout the budget process, we just look at like a handful of budget lines and go, okay, here's, whatever, 120 million for personnel. Here's, 50 million for this, 20 million for that, whatever the numbers are. But we really don't know what the money's being spent on. And those monies could be shifted around, which gives you flexibilities. My issue with this, again, my problem isn't specifically this policy. In an ideal world where we, A, had true budget, had true fidelity into what the line items of the budget were and what we were funding, and two, if we had true granularity of budget execution where the finance committee, who's in charge of the finance committee these days? Mr. Levy, you're in charge of the finance committee? Yeah, so, in an ideal world, at least quarterly, they would go through each single account in high granularity, and they would look at budget execution. So they would discover, oh, look, we budgeted $150,000 for our attorney, but we're at $600,000, and they would discover that early, and then they would either bless it or not bless it. But we do not do appropriate level budget reviews, nor do we really do appropriate level budgeting. And this just highlights it again. This paragraph in a well-functioning board that had good visibility into the details of the budget and actually monitored the proper degree of granularity of the budget, there would be no problem with this. The problem is this board, and I believe most boards don't do that to the extent that most oversight boards do. Thank you.
Next policy is 8340, insurance.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't finish the rest of that. That was just the first three paragraphs.
It's only three paragraphs.
Oh, well, we didn't get to
If
the
you're
bottom of the
scrolling a
third
little bit.
paragraph. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize we were there.
By the way, to add to what you just said, you're free, Mr. Hensley, obviously, to look at the budget as clearly as you want through any granularity that you want. I know that the chairman of the county commission does that, by the way. He looks at it at a very granular level. So, so you are free to do that to the extent that you wish to. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, policy 8340, insurance. This policy is revised to align with the North Carolina School Boards Association sample policy and is revised by the policy committee, which you see there highlighted, what was stricken and what was added.
Question why the school board, why you guys decided to scratch out, I was just curious, not that it's wrong or it's not, but I was just curious why you guys decided to scratch that.
To scratch
Or
the
to
social
get rid of the
workers
highlighted
instead of-
area.
Yeah, we just changed out employees for social workers just to give a little broader, because occasionally, I guess on rare instances, that we might have an employee that's not a social worker in the circumstance to have to use their private vehicle. If you have a coach that's picking up or dropping off a child or any other scenario.
And if I may,
Please.
Ms. Davis, you know, it says if the board requires, we don't currently require that. And, you know, as you know, there are rare occasions where someone may transport a student, et cetera, but that would be covered through their insurance and the school district insurance. But we don't currently have that requirement of any employees.
On the bot, I was just gonna say, he just highlighted it for me. That needs to change to employees as well.
All right.
We can make that change. Thank you.
Good job, Charlie. I was just gonna say it too.
All good?
Is it allowed to require employees to transport somebody?
If we were going to require it, we probably have to look at this a little closer and requiring them to have additional insurance and reimburse them for it. We don't require it, no, sir. Usually if there's a situation where we've got the normal protocol would be involving our school police, which those are our vehicles.
Right.
So they're covering our liability and work with school police to help in that situation.
So can school employees voluntarily transport students? And I assume we have a policy for that.
They can voluntarily transport students in unique and extenuating. When I keep saying those words, because it
Yeah.
wouldn't be something we want our employees to be doing on a regular basis. We'd want it to be a situation where it's unique. We've communicated with the parent. There's something going on that we need to get that child home. It might be from a family standpoint. It might be from a discipline standpoint. You know, it could be a unique and extenuating situation, but it's not something we want to be happening on a regular basis. There are situations where we may have, you know, USA skills competition somewhere, and that teacher may transport 2 kids who are going to do that. We've got parent permission. You know, we've gone through all that process. So it's just those unique and extenuating situations.
That where we're changing the second social worker till next week. Okay, thank you.
Okay, policy, the last policy, 8510, school finance officer. And this was a policy that was pushed down by the School Boards Association for revisions. Our policy only included what you see stricken up there.
Well, except there's a contract in place, correct?
I do offer that for our assistant superintendent for budget and finance, and I think that gives some protection for her. You know, we're fortunate to have someone who does a great job, so that's not, but that is the law. That is basically taken from the law, that's the one position that serves at the pleasure of the superintendent.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Patterson?
Any questions? If not, as I said, if you have any changes for the policies, please write them down, because at the business meeting, what I'll do is I'll call for changes in policies, and then we'll vote on the entire policies. So we don't have to go through this again. So that might help. All right, so let's go to the agenda before we break here for lunch. For the next agenda, item A, I assume is consent. Item B is consent, correct? Item C, I imagine you want to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. Item D, the data center server, is that a consent? Pardon? Okay, yeah. Item E, the software contract, is that a consent? Okay, consent. The federal programs, item F, is that a vote or a consent? Action? Okay, one person, all they need. And
Was that because
obviously,
of the question about the total federal programs? I could work with staff to provide that. It's up to the board. That's not really technically connected. to
It's
this.
really not my question about total federal. If that was your, if that's why it's not tied to this, it's a different discussion
is
altogether.
it consent? It is consent for everybody? Okay, so F is consent. And G obviously is, which is the policies, is action. So the only two action matters that we have are the is C and G, correct? Okay. All right. So do you want to take a break for lunch? I assume that's what you want to do. And then we'll come back for item 3, half an hour. Does that work? Okay. So I'll declare us in recess. calling us back into session, secure from recess. Next item on the agenda is the 24-25 fiscal budget update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked Ms. Edmonds if she would just bring us any updated information that we've received on the state budget, essentially, since the board met in July. There were a couple of mini budgets, as they can be called, from the state legislature before they adjourned initially, that did enact a couple pieces of the biennial budget. The biennial budget, even though certain pay increases and different things are written into the budget, they are not enacted unless the general assembly takes action on that in the short session. So they did do a couple things and take action on a couple things. And I'll ask Ms. Edmonds if she would just kind of review where we are now that we have that information. Now that we're at year end, we have a little better handle on the exact amount of fund balance that we're carrying into the next year and then assigning in this year's budget. And I believe as a finance team, we've begun to get some of the initial allotments from the state. So we'll be working on building that budget henceforward. So, Ms. Evans?
Okay, so this is the 24-25 fiscal year budget update. For teachers and instructional, and this is the second year of the 23-25 biennial budget, teachers and instructional support, the state approved a step increase for all, plus the increase to the step, which averages 3%. That effective date is July 1st, 2024. Our assistant principals, the state approved a step increase, plus the schedule increase consistent with the teacher's schedule, which is that average 3% increase. That effective date is July 1st, 2024. Our principals, state approved a 3% increase. And then the local piece to that is they get the step increase on our local salary schedule. That effective date is July 1st, 2024. Then the state approved a growth based on the best of three years. So the 3 years is 2022, 23, and 24. And the ADM for the school will now include pre-K, because in the past it did not include pre-K. The effective date for those, any increases, would be January 1st, 2025. Then the non-certified and central office, the state approved a 3% increase, and then the local piece is the step increase, and that is effective July 1st, 2024.
Let me ask, we're given now a per pupil allotment, excuse me, for pre-K?
No, so what they're saying is that the principals, their salaries were only based on K-12 ADM. It now
Okay,
includes
so
the
this is
pre-K
not us getting an ADM, this is we're just talking about principal salary.
principal salary.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Now I understand.
Any questions on this slide before I move on? Okay. So this is an update to our projected fund balance appropriation for fiscal year 25. The first column was what the board approved for our budget. The second column is when we came back to do an update on what the county, based off of the county manager's presentation. And then the last column is our updated information based on the state approved and the county approved budgets. And so we'll start, you can see across the board, the fixed costs stayed the same, $3,740,200 based on a 3% increase. And then the revenues, the change, if you look in the red box, the change just it basically went back to the county, came back and gave us the full county appropriation funding formula of $1,130,569. So that would mean our projected fund balance appropriation for 2024-25 would be $2,609,631. This is our projected fund balance now that we are through June 30th. If you see our the first column, the very last column shows you the actual fund balance for June 30th is $5,025,712. Our 24-25 projected fund balance appropriation is the $2,609,631, making our 24-25 projected fund balance as of, at the end to be $2,416,081. This is our restricted revenue balance, our ending balances. The fund balance as of June 30th, 2023, the grand total, $7,066,449.44. Of course, it is broken down by different PRCs, and everything in gray is considered restricted. We had year-to-date activity of adding $1,979,422.73. And then as of June 30th, 2024, we stand our projected fund, or our actual fund balance is $9,045,872.17. The restricted portion of that $9 million is $2,110,125.88, and our unrestricted fund balance is $6,935,746.29.
So I'm very happy to see the activity bus accrual there, but I can't help. So is that how much we have accrued for replacement of activity buses? The 164,000? Or is that just a total fund that's being distributed? It's right there, 802.06, yes.
Yes, that's the new one that we started this year, is $164,185.12, yes.
So that's money that accrued through accounting for depreciation of activity buses. So we charge student organizations to use the activity buses, then we set that aside. I feel like we're eating popcorn out here. No, it's fine. I just looked at it.
This year we tweaked in the spring this year, Mr. Hensley, we tweaked it a little bit because it wasn't sustainable, the model we had begun. And so we tweaked it a little bit to also, we're now utilizing and placing aside specific funds from indirect cost that we were able to charge on federal programs and things of that nature. So we're now putting aside specific funds to make sure we've got funds to plan out over time replacement of activity buses. And so now we've brought down the charges a little bit of what we're doing on our schools because it wasn't sustainable over the long run. They were being charged more than they were taking in. So we've had to tweak that and revise that over time, but we still have a process and plan in place for replacement of activity buses.
So I guess my question is actually the very first meeting that I sat down of the school board in December of 2020, activity buses and accumulating 50 cents depreciation per mile within a few months was agreed upon. But I don't think, when did that start happening? Because that little footnote right there that said started 23-24 leads me to believe, I mean, your predecessor said that they were doing that. Were they not doing that?
I'm sorry. There's a separate line. It's tiny.
There's
a separate line item for that, and then when we begun the indirect cost, Tina created another one for that. So there is, I believe it's a little few steps up. Thank you, Ms. Purvis. She may be able to speak this in greater detail than I can. But if you look a few lines up, you'll see that there is something up there for activity buses charged to school.
Okay.
Yep. And again, it just wasn't sustainable, and so we tweaked that to a sustainable model that would outlast all of us.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. I just want to make sure, look, we know how frequently we need to replace them. They last 250,000 miles, it's 50 cents a mile, and we just have to accumulate that so that when the next board shows up, every time we need an activity bus, the money's just there.
Keep on pushing.
Okay, so so for 24-25, we're already the allotment revision 000, which is our initial allotments, did post on July 22nd, 2024. Not all allotments, as normal with state allotments, not all the allotments were given to us. But we are already up to allotment revision 9, so they are coming a little at the time. So we are estimating to have our original budget resolution, we're estimating to have that on by the October board meeting. Much faster than last year.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Tina. And I think last year we had over 70 allotment revisions that came through from the state, so it's a year-long process. But thank you to Ms. Edmonds and her team. Any other questions and discussion?
Yeah, questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm not sure if I brought this up before, but I know I've been thinking about this for some time, but our budget for 24-20, actually, I got a question and a comment. So when does the budget execution start for 24-25? What's the months?
When you say the budget execution, we will, so
Is it October 1 through September 30th, or is it August 1st through July 31st?
it's July 1st through June 30th.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if, whenever you guys approved back in June, one of the last meetings, there was a budget continuation, and we
Right.
continue operating as if we were on the same budget as the prior year until this one's approved.
Right.
Our fiscal year begins July 1, correct?
I just couldn't remember when it started. There's so many fiscal years. So I did have a question on, and, our budget assumes full staffing, which, obviously we're not going to have full staffing. Even in an ideal world, you don't have full staffing because there's, people in transit and stuff. But how are we, well, I would suggest that any money that is saved by not having, I suggest that, well, let me ask you this. Do we have a forecasted amount of what the amounts we're going to have from unfilled positions, the amount of money we're going to have from unfilled positions? Have we done a forecast of that for 24-25?
We did when we presented the budget, but those numbers have changed. So as I put the budget on, I go through and look at my vacancies, and
Right.
so that changes when I'm adding the budget on.
Okay, so I actually have, I have two suggestions, if we could. Obviously, the rest of the board can chime in if they feel so inclined, but one is, I think that we should keep that I would like visibility of that, because we're going to save, Moore County Schools is going to have excess funds due to unfilled positions, and rather than let that money just kind of be spent here and there, I would like to have each budget update have a forecast on what that money is going to be. And I would also like that money to be held in a reserve account so that when it comes time to spend it, it's a purposeful decision by this board. It's not done for $30,000, $40,000 at a time in that, look, here's how much we're projecting to save, or how much, not really save, but here's how much excess we're projecting to have. Here's how much excess we actually have. And then 6 months out, before the end of fiscal year 24-25, then we as a board can decide how we want to spend that money.
If what I could just offer is clarity, that Tina has been doing that with estimating our fund balance. Essentially, the fund balance that the board has assigned, and then your original budget, in your preliminary budget, and then your original budget, it'd be close to $2.6 million. Any savings we have would be accounted to that fund balance, meaning we wouldn't spend that fund balance that's assigned, and then that rolls back into our fund balance. And as we've noted in other discussions, for the last 3 to 4 budget cycles, have had to assign fund balance to balance the budget. And so that does roll back into our fund balance, and Ms. Edmonds will continue to keep the board updated.
But here's my point, Dr. Locklear, is since we're assuming, and these words have been used dozens, if not hundreds of times, emphasize, we're assuming full employment. We're assuming full employment. So if our budget forecast assumes full employment, that specifically means that we're not projecting any fund balance from the unfilled positions. And what I'm saying is that's probably I'm guessing, a $4 to $6 million gap. So we should project, look, if we want to budget and act like we're going to have full employment, that's, okay, great. You got to have a methodology. Let's do that. But we need to forecast how much money we're going to have from those unfilled positions, because that's going to be fund balance. And it shouldn't be a surprise at the end of the year. And B, it should be purposely spent by this board, because it's going to be a big chunk of money. So my question is, we're projecting this draconian, oh my gosh, we're eating in our fund balance and this and that. But if what everyone has said is true, is that our budget assumptions are 100% staffing, then we're going to have a lot of money left over that's unforecasted, because, again, by definition, those wouldn't be forecasted if we're assuming full employment. Am I missing something?
I think we're saying the same thing, just a different way.
Okay.
I really do, because I think when you look at our budget this year and where we came in, we actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Tina, but we basically did not spend the assigned fund balance that the board had in the budget. And the majority of that is from savings from vacancies that we carried throughout the year. So I think we're saying the same thing, just in a little different way. And I hope that over this period, I believe, over the period of this year, we'll continue to do our very best to keep the board updated on those projections.
Yeah, because the problem is it could cause undue alarm, because people, oh my God, because I did it first too. Oh my God, look, we're running a deficit. Then I realized, wait a minute, we're going to have, choose a number, $4 million, $5 million in unpaid wages. So we're not really running a deficit, we're really running a surplus, but we're projecting to everyone we're running a deficit when we kind of know we're not. So I would just like, and I think the rest of the board would like to know, a forecast of, each quarterly update, what we think those savings of the labor is going to be, because it's going to be in the millions.
We're intensively managing the gap, in other words.
Yeah, it turns out, it's just, that money needs to be set aside, it needs to be forecast as much as we can.
It gets
And then
more
those
visibility,
savings need to
yeah.
be set aside, and then we purposely decide
Makes
what we
sense.
want to do with it. I mean, I have no idea what we want to do with it, but, it should be a board decision and
Makes sense.
visibility.
Yeah, and I would say, just, you kind of did it at the end of the year. You put unused money from, jobs that were left. I think what David's saying too, that when we do have a report, just putting maybe that quarter of unused money that we used because no one has filled in those positions, that could just kind of be like a line item. Right? It's kind of what you're saying, yeah.
I want it to be visible and
Yeah.
transparent, and then we can plan for it.
So we can see
And we
each
can
quarter
deliberately plan
what-
for it
yeah.
in accordance with our
And that-
priorities and the recommended priorities.
Right, and that will certainly fluctuate, depending on who we hire and who leaves too, so.
Yeah, but are you saying that we should specially, put a special name to it? Instead of saying, well, we'll return it back to the budget, should we have a name for it?
So what I'm proposing or suggesting is it be held in a reserve account that's identified, whatever salary
what I'm
savings.
saying, identify it.
Otherwise, if it just goes in the budget, then it gets spent along the way, and $30,000 here, $40,000, and then all of a sudden it's like, where's the money we saved? Oh, I don't know, we did this program and that program
Okay,
and that
and that's what
program.
I'm saying, just identify.
Identify it, right.
Okay.
Identify it and set it aside, and then we can decide what we want to do with it.
Okay. Anything further? Hearing nothing further. Let's go ahead. The student parking fees we've taken away. All right. Next is a discussion of illegal aliens in Moore County schools, options and information. This was requested by Mr. Hensley, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Hensley.
Yeah, this is, I actually covered this somewhat on a radio show a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think this is going to be what anyone thinks it's going to be. I will say that I just got a couple of things to say up front, and then I'll say why I added this to the agenda. I've had over the years, and it's been increasing, but I've had both media inquiries and inquiries from citizens on the impact of the children of illegal immigrants in our country on Moore County schools. And I've been asked that question many times over several years. And, I just really, I understood, and everyone needs to understand that we are bound by law, and we are also bound by, the greater good to educate all children that, are in Moore County schools that are of school age. I mean, that's what we do, and that's what we should do, both legally and morally. However, big however, I believe that we owe it to our citizens and the media and everyone who's curious to educate them, to educate all the citizens on what the law is, what we can. Can I say Gesundheit? Is that okay?
That's permitted.
Thank you. So I believe that we owe it to our citizens to educate them on what we can and cannot do. I've already said one thing: we have to educate, all students, regardless of their citizenship or immigration status, and I support that. But we need to let the people know that. Secondly, I think that it's important that we also educate the citizens of Moore County on the impact of educating the children of illegal immigrants, and the impact is both direct and indirect. I mean, there's a financial impact. You take the number of students, you multiply it by the local funding, and there you go. It's X amount of dollars. But there's also indirect impacts, and I'll just make up a few numbers here. But let's say that the number of the children of illegal immigrants in our schools is 5%, and let's say that we have a 5% teacher shortage. Well, an indirect impact of the children of illegal aliens would be that we wouldn't have a teacher shortage, and there's a statewide teacher shortage. Maybe the statewide teacher shortage is caused by the increase of enrollment of illegal aliens. We don't know that. And I find it interesting that we don't know that, because if there's one thing a public school does is, man, they produce figures and charts. If you want to know every single thing about racial breakdown, gender breakdown, everything, man, there's a report for it. You can go to North Carolina DP. We have a complete division here. They do a great job. Falls, I think, Miss Falls, I got that right. Man, they produce numbers, they crunch numbers, they produce statistics. They produce every statistic in the world except the number of illegal aliens in our schools. I find that interesting. So really, I wanted to put this on the agenda to start a conversation. And specifically, what I would like to see, and I tried to cover this via email, and it didn't go anywhere. It just kind of got shot down, right, like a MiG, whatever, over the eastern Ukraine, like down in flames. But so what I wanted to do is I wanted to publicly present the idea and have a discussion, and the school board can decide what they want to do. But I would like to see two things. One is I would like to see the central office do a presentation, give us a brief, give the public a brief on the laws and regulations concerning the educating, the children of illegal aliens. That way everybody understands what the laws are and what we have to do. So that's the first thing, is I just like a presentation so that everybody understands. And then secondly is I would like to articulate to the largest extent possible the costs of educating illegal aliens. And again, those costs include local funding. They include, so there's a financial cost. There's the impact of the children on our infrastructure. For example, would we have a teacher shortage? What would our class sizes be if we didn't have illegal aliens? And I want everyone to know I'm not passing any judgment on any of this. I want to educate. I would like to see the public educated as to what public schools have to do. And then secondly, I would like to have an estimate, however we get the estimate, of the number of, approximate number of students of illegal aliens that we have in our schools and their impact. And again, the dollar there's a dollar impact. There's an impact on our class size. There's a impact on our resources, such as bus drivers and whatnot. Anyway, so that's why I added it to the agenda.
Anything further from other members of the board? Yes, sir.
I just want to say that I agree that this would be a healthy discussion to be had. We need to educate ourselves and the public, and I see no harm in that. Thank you.
One of the problems of, by the way, obviously, there is an illegal alien problem in this country, and there is a border problem and the like, and that is certainly the responsibility of the federal government. And a lot of us, I believe, hope that the federal government will get that under control. In the meantime, everything that was requested basically asked the question, you have to know how many illegal aliens you have in Moore County schools. And that is not a question which we're able to answer. From a legal standpoint, we can't ask the question, because if you ask the question of a child, whether your parent is an illegal alien or whether you are an illegal alien, that child will not be in school the following day. Okay, and so there is a case in Alabama which shot that down. If you want to say how many illegal aliens do you have, and then you would ask English as a second language, how many English as a second language students we have. Well, the problem there is that many of our English as second language students are American citizens. They're born in the United States. It is just that they speak a different language at home. And until they get into pre-K or until they get to kindergarten or first grade, they're speaking a different language. They're not speaking English. The interesting thing is a lot of foreign-born students are oftentimes naturalized American citizens, and a lot of foreign-born students are foreign-born students to military. So to say that they are illegal aliens just doesn't work. So the whole idea to figure out how much we're spending on illegal aliens from this standpoint, from the County Board of Education standpoint, is like taking this bottle and trying to estimate the weight of the earth. It's not possible based on the statistics and our abilities that we have. For instance, in the one federal case, there is a situation where people might look at birth certificates. Well, that's terribly misleading. So the only statistics we can come up with are statistics which are misleading. So it just doesn't work. From our standpoint, and I might add that I always say in my very, very short career as a teacher, we test in civics class on Plyer versus Doe. And as a matter of fact, every student must know what Plyer versus Doe is all about. And for the members of the public who don't know what Plyer versus Doe is all about, it is the requirement by the United States Supreme Court that we educate every student, regardless of whether that student is has has status in this country or not. And that's debatable. Maybe some people think that shouldn't be, but it is what the law is. And I think even Mr. Hensley said, acknowledges that. So I think we're trying to give the people some false hope that we can come up with an amount of money that we spend on illegal aliens in Moore County schools. We can't do that, okay? And to the extent we try to do that, we are violating the law, because the law says we
Excuse
can't-
me, Chair, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. So first of all, my intention wasn't to get into the detailed legalities of this, nor was it for anyone to discuss legal opinion that was given to us by our attorney. So my
I'm
suggestion.
not discussing legal
Excuse
opinions
me,
given to
my-
us
my-
by an attorney.
My suggestion was just, why don't we discuss a roadmap so that we can have this discussion? But you're immediately diving right down into the details. If you want to have a detailed discussion, then we can have that today. My specific intention was twofold. I just said twofold. One is request that the central office give a presentation at an upcoming meeting on the laws and regulations concerning this. And then after that, we try to decide how we can estimate the numbers. Again, if you want to get into the details, I am more than happy to get decisively engaged in this today, but I don't believe that was anyone's intent.
Okay, so what you want is an overview on the law?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I said it very clearly. I said, so I call on us to do the following. I even numbered them, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 was, I call on the central office to prepare and present a brief on the laws and regulations surrounding education of children of illegal aliens. That way the public knows what we are bound as I went in excruciating detail on this. That was the first thing. So the public knows what the laws and regulations are that we face are. And then the public, after hearing that, they can maybe petition their congressman or something to change them. I don't know. Then the second thing was to try to find a way to estimate. And, you said we can't tell with absolute clarity. I just want an order of magnitude. Is it costing us $3 million a year, or is it costing us $10 million a year? I said a way that we could estimate the cost of educating the children of illegal aliens. And then I articulated a couple of the costs: class size, available teachers, and dollars. But again, if you want to get into the details and debate the details to include, attorney advice, I guess I'm more than happy to follow your lead, but I don't believe that was the intention of this session.
First of all, I'm not talking about attorney advice. I'm talking about my understanding of the law, which is not, I'm not an attorney in this state, but I do, as a board member, try to understand what the law is. To have an overview on the law, we had just had a memo which came from our attorney on the overview of the law. But to your second point, in order to come up with a cost, you have to know the number of people the number of students who are illegal aliens. And to ask the administration to estimate that. See, you can't estimate the cost unless you know the number. And if you can't know the number, then you can't estimate the cost. It's just that simple. But
Unless, of course, you back into the number and you make assumptions, and then you put footnotes on the assumptions and say, we used X, Y, and Z as our data point. This is an estimate based upon the following assumptions. That happens all the time. You're saying this cannot be done, when people give order of magnitude estimates day in and day out. What you're arguing is it's impossible to come up with 100% accurate information. That's true, but that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for an order of magnitude assessment, and then you immediately start acting like I asked for a 100% rely upon, audit ready. So you are mischaracterizing what I say, and you're setting up a straw man argument against what I'm asking for.
No, it's not possible to come up with a 1% order of magnitude of, it's totally and 100% impossible. Because you cannot, from the statistics we have and our ability to obtain information from this end, okay, it is not possible with any degree of certainty to know how many undocumented people
I think many
we have.
reasonable people would disagree with that statement. You can certainly say it with a reasonable degree of certainty. For you to say you couldn't even do 1% of the uncertainty, that's just crazy. But anyway,
May I jump into this?
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the Carolina Journal dated Monday, August 5th. And it says that illegal immigrant households added 122,218 students to local schools. The average cost of North Carolinians is $4,781 per illegal alien. Taxpayers are supporting education costs of $1.47 billion, police, legal, and corrections costs of $461 million. So there's some sources I think we can begin to examine, and might even dare to interpolate those to Moore County. There may be other more direct pieces of data that talk to Moore County, but I think it's worth examining, and it's worth discussing. So I guess I'm just reinforcing my belief that this is a healthy process that we ought to go through. Thank you.
Anything further? If not, we'll move on.
So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to make a decision. I mean, what I think a reasonable first step is that we ask the central office to give a public presentation. I mean, look, we as board members know what the law is. The problem is we need to let we the people know what the law is. So I think the first step is that, and I think this is very reasonable, a short presentation on, here's the law, we because of federal law, blah, 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 or state law, whatever, we are required to educate, all comers, right? Plus, you can throw in there, we have the moral duty to do it for the greater good because they're here. And, if they're going to stay here, they're going to contribute to the society, right? So you make what we have to do. And then we have a discussion. Hopefully the central office does some reflection and comes up and says, look, we can come up with a reasonable approximation based upon these numbers and these assumptions. Do you all want to proceed with that? So I think that's a road ahead. I think just, gaveling this this discussion item closed with no further action is not the correct course to take. We need to decide what we're going to do as the next step, if anything. And I would not advocate not doing anything because, as I said, the people have a right to know, or at least understand what the laws are.
Okay?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Benway just read us this, which was extremely right down to the number of students, down to the amount of money. So if that could be done on a statewide basis, why can't it be done for Moore County?
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Anything further?
there's a lot of sources out there that we could go to. And I just think it's just worth talking about.
Okay. Anything further?
The only thing I would add is that, going off of Mr. Benway, that there's places to gather some information, but I do not believe that tasking our central office with it is the appropriate or lawful thing to do.
Okay.
All right.
So why do you, Vice Chair Davis, why do you feel it's not the lawful thing to do? Why do you feel that having the central office consider outside sources as to be unlawful? I mean, do you have a particular,
I'm not ready to speak about that right now.
okay, but you feel it's unlawful?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further? Hearing nothing further, we'll
So
move
what,
on.
what are we gonna do? Are we gonna ask the central office to give a presentation on the legality of it? Or are we just gonna gavel it and move on and no action taken? Do we wanna have a vote? Do we wanna make a proposal? I mean, you've got 3 of the 6 board members here who want to proceed with this. You and the vice chair apparently don't, so we're just gonna move on and not take any action. So, Mr. Chair, what action are we gonna take?
You know, Mr. Hensley, I could continue to do basically what I'm doing, but I'll give you a primer on procedure. Why don't you make a motion?
Well, because in the past, when we've had discussions like this, you've just looked around and taken the will of the board and then said, yeah, let's do this. In the past, when we've had things, reports exactly like this, I'll be more than happy to make a motion. But generally, when we have reports and discussions, we haven't been bound by those formalities. But I'll make a motion. I make a motion that at the next work session, the central office prepares and presents a brief on the laws concerning the education of the children of illegal aliens. And then also that the central office provide a road ahead as to how we can estimate the number of children of illegal aliens that are currently in Moore County schools. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
I'd like to offer my
Yeah, I was going to say, Dr.
recommendation
Locklear,
on
do
that
you
motion.
have anything to say about that?
I do. First of all, as far as the laws, legality, what we're required to do based on enrollment policy, based on laws, that's not information we gather. We enroll students based on them being domiciled in Moore County, and we educate them to the best of our ability. If there was going to be any presentation on the laws governing illegal aliens, that needs to be done by our board council, not by me or our staff. And I have to be honest with the board, I do not recommend that we do anything to gather this data. I don't have it, and there's no real way to gather it without making inaccurate assumptions, and so I do not recommend it, and would have a real challenging, I just would not recommend it. I'll just end it at that.
So, if I could, since we're discussing and debating this, so Dr. Locklear, and that's perfectly okay because my motion specifically said 2 parts. One is, you guys are looking so gloom over there. The first part is a presentation on the laws and regulations. The second part is a road ahead, if possible, to gather the information. And if the central office wants to say in step 1, I'm sorry, we cannot do step 2 because of law and regulation, and point to a law and regulation where you cannot do it, that's fine. That's your prerogative. And then you could just not do number 2, but you would clearly state and you would point to a law and regulation that prohibits you, or a court case or something that prohibits you from doing that. So I'm not mandating that you do that, but I am mandating in step 1, where we talk about the laws and regulations, that if you're unable to do step 2, then you articulate what law, regulation, or court case prohibits you from doing step 2. So there's nothing that mandates you do step 2.
I would have to say, I don't agree with central office taking this role. I do agree that the attorney would be a great prospect to take on that role of discussing the laws, as I don't think we're in the religion of education, not laws, with a lot of our central staff. So they would have to do a really deep dive dig on the laws of this. And I think the best person for that job would be our attorney, if it was to go on and proceed.
Okay. Further?
Yeah, I have a comment on that. Our central office briefs us on the legality of things all the time. They consult with the attorney and they brief, we can't do this student discipline thing because of this. And the central office briefs legal stuff all the time. But in this case, all of a sudden, everybody kind of wants to hide behind the attorney. And then no, right, you're right, of course you can, and I can counter that because that's what discussion and debate's all about. The other point is, I think somebody made the point of, well, this isn't our business, we're in the business of education. Yes, of course we're in the business of education, but we're also in the tax, and part of that education is educating the public and letting them know the laws and regulations. We educate the public on our budget process. We educate the public on our curriculum process. We educate the public on how we develop curriculum. We have public board training specifically to also educate the public. But all of a sudden, when it comes to educating the public on laws and regulations about educating illegal aliens, nobody wants to say that. And that right there makes me curious. If nobody even wants to say the laws and regulations governing the education of illegal aliens, that right there should make everyone suspicious, or 100% of our audience today is suspicious. I can read the suspicion on their face on both of them. There's no harm in disseminating information, and that's what I'm asking. Phase 1 is dissemination of the laws and regulations governing the education of the children of illegal aliens. Look, I understand we have to do it. I kind of agree with the fact that we have to do it, but we need to also articulate the cost because we're the stewards of the money, and all of a sudden nobody wants to talk about this issue. It's bizarre. And nobody wants to talk at this issue at the county level. No one wants to talk about the state level. And at the federal level, they pass laws that you specifically can't ask people because they don't want it talked about at the federal level.
We've created a legal taboo discussion
Right.
here
Right.
that I think we need to overcome. It. These are compelling questions for the citizens of Moore County,
Correct.
North Carolina, and for that matter, for the United States.
Right.
Let's not shirk our duty and just avoid this thing. I agree that the lawyer should be the starting point. I think we need to talk about implied tasks associated with those things. We have our illegal aliens on board. Have we got any programs for assimilating them? What kind of approach are we taking in the school to do that? I think we need to understand what we have and where the road we need to go.
My guess is our education assimilation is excellent to
It
superb. I mean,
probably
I
is. It
zero
probably
doubts
is,
on
but those
that.
discussions need to be
Yeah.
had. Thank
Further? I for one don't want to put if you want to know the legal aspects of educating illegal aliens, the answer is Plyer versus Doe. That's it. That's the alpha and omega. They come, we do it. People might disagree with that, but that is the law. And it's just that simple. And in order to figure out the cost of that, we have to know the number of illegal aliens. That is information which the gathering of such information is contrary to law, in my opinion. And not only that, but would also discourage, the only way you can find that out is by asking children, and I would hate to do this, it's terrible.
Again,
To
Wow.
ask
Excuse me.
children, let me finish, to ask children, are you an illegal alien?
that is not
Or
true.
are
That is
you-
not true. That is not the
No.
only way you can
No,
find.
excuse
Mr.
me,
Benway just
I
read
have
an
the
article.
floor. You've had a chance. I'll give me a chance. Okay?
That's mighty big of you to give me a chance.
Go ahead, we're listening.
Now, you can ask the children that, which would be terrible.
No one's
Okay.
proposing asking
Excuse me,
children.
Mr. Hensley.
Well, you mischaracterize.
Okay, let you know, you've had your say, I get to have my say. Okay? And then we get to vote. All right? You can ask children. You can ask the parents of children.
No one's
Do
proposing
that.
asking the
Excuse me, Mr. Hensley.
Stop.
Well, we
Now,
discussed-
Everybody
excuse me.
stop right now. Stop.
All right. I've handed the gavel to the vice chair for my portion. You can ask the children of illegal aliens. You could ask the children this question. You could ask the parents, and those children would not come into school. Okay, you could look at English as a second language, but that would include our United States citizen children. My mother did not speak the English language until she got to school, because in her home, they did not speak English. They spoke a language called Yiddish. Okay, and as I was an adult, in my mother's home, in my aunt's home, they would never speak English. Okay, but of course, my mother was an American citizen. She was born in the United States. So when you can look at birth certificates, and that's illegal to look at birth certificates, but that would include students who are naturalized American citizens and the like. I think we're going down the wrong path. I think we're trying to tell people that somehow we can get around the education of every citizen and of every person. And one of the goals that we have set as a board for our students is that they become proud citizens of the United States of America. We wrote that. We put that in our in our guidance. Okay, assimilation into the United States is part of the core mission of the public school system. So the bottom line is, I believe that we need a secure border. I believe that there is a problem of our insecure border. But once these children get to the United States and once they get to Moore County, the law says that we're going to educate them, and I think we should, and I don't think we should put the administration in a situation of trying to tell us how to estimate the number of illegal aliens that we have. They've got other things to do, including the education of the children. That's my opinion. So, at any rate, let's go ahead and move to a vote on Mr. Hensley's motion. All those
I'm
in
sorry,
favor-
Mr. Chair, is everyone finished? I mean, does anyone else have anything to say?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Levy, I really think that you're not interpreting what Mr. Hensley wants correctly. There is no doubt that everybody on this board wants every single child in this county to grow up and to be a very productive citizen of the United States of America. I don't care where a child was born, we are going to educate them to the best of our ability. That's what we're going to do. On the other hand, though, why can't we just know who is here legally or illegally? I don't see where that's such a bad question. If our superintendent doesn't want our central office workers to do it, if the board doesn't want it, Mr. Benway came up with beautiful information right there. That information is coming from someplace. Why can't we get them to give us the information? To me, this is really simple. And we're going on and on and on and making it difficult. It's not difficult. I mean, we want our children educated. We also want the taxpayers to know where their money is going. And there was some pretty big dollars in what you were saying. What's wrong with knowing that? Why do we have to hide everything under the rug? I don't understand that. That's all.
Further? Okay. If not, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
So
You're voting on Mr. Hensley's motion to do two things as he outlined.
Well, if you could restate my motion, Mr. Chair.
Why don't you go ahead and restate your motion?
No, please, I insist.
I didn't write it down.
Okay, well, it's very simple. My motion was twofold. And in fact, the two things that you forgot, remember where I said there was 1 and 2? My motion was 1 and 2. So not only did I present 1 and 2 when I was speaking, my motion was 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 are, I make a motion that the central office, at the next work session, the central office prepare and give a brief. I assume it'll be in conjunction with our legal counsel and whoever they consult because it needs to be accurate. That's to answer Ms. Caldwell. The central office give a presentation on the legalities, the rules and regulations governing the education of the children of illegal aliens. So that was number 1. And then number 2 is that the central office suggest a way forward to get the approximate numbers. And remember I said approximate numbers. So we had an order of magnitude idea of the costs associated with educating the children of illegal aliens in Moore County.
Okay, thank you. That is Mr. Hensley's motion. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Motion fails. Okay. Next is board committee reports. We just had a report from the policy committee. Yeah, I get to have this. Okay. Are there any other? Oh, yeah. We had a construction committee report. So do you want to give us a summary? Although I think the newspaper did a pretty good job of that. So we do appreciate that.
Yeah, they did do a great job. Yeah, and I put some current projects on each, everyone's seat as well of what we're doing, but just to kind of summarize it. And I'll wait if that's okay. Are you guys good?
Because just the same way as that happened in that first motion, if a motion is 3-3, it doesn't pass. So if it was a tie vote, 3-3. So you can't pass a motion 3-3. You have to have a majority. So that was the same way that, remember when we wanted to take it off calendar, that also failed 3-3. So it would mean. It stayed on the agenda. It
because
failed
it
to be
failed to
removed.
be
Right.
removed. Okay.
3-3, it just doesn't
Okay.
pass.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I'm so sorry,
That's,
Stacy.
that's
No,
okay.
it's fine. I just
That's,
didn't-
that's all right. It gets confusing. But go ahead, Ms. Caldwell.
Yeah, so
Or Chair.
Ms. Purvis was, basically, she went over the master facility plan. She talked about a lot of great things happening this summer, which were, the bleachers should be installed no later than the end of September. The curtains are in order, and the playground equipment and everything is getting picked by each school for like their colors and stuff like that. And she also talked about the 5 gyms they will all have AC September and August. And I saw a Facebook post from Vast Lakeview, and they are super excited on that. They were taking pictures of it. So that is happening as we speak. And then I did send you some current projects of what we're continuing to do, and I have some for you guys too, if you would like that. They're right here. I'll give them to you in a second. And we also have carpet replacements going on in the auditorium, toilet and sink replacements going on, painting throughout. And then she also talked about, thank you, Cindy, I'm sorry. She also talked about the next steps for Carthage Elementary. And what she wants to do is we're going to go through NC State to look at just Area 1, to look at the data to make sure that we get the next place for where Carthage should be. She did say the recommendation was to build on a new site. So that's stuff that we're going to have to think about down the road of what we want to do with Carthage, or where the new site may be. So she wants to get that data collected to see where the area would be, where that would be perfect. And she's going to come to the board with that. It's not going to be in a committee meeting. It's going to be to the board. She also wants to collaborate with the county commissioners in the November, December timeframe. I forgot to mention that Dr. Locklear, which I highly recommend as well, having a public hearing and public comment on where they think, after we get the data collected, of where they think the best fit for that school would be. And then one last thing that we did talk about, and I actually did a lot of research on this just due to my husband's job and what he does. But they're looking at the 3M laminate to put on windows for our schools. And this would be a safety facility upgrade. And she's looking at the budget of how much it would be and where we would start with that. Nothing has really gotten farther than that at this. I'm just reading as I'm talking to you at this rate. But what this would do would not necessarily deter bullets, but it would deter the shattering of the glass, and it would deter seconds or maybe even a minute for the shooter to break into a school. As you can see from other schools that had this happen to them, they got in right away. After they shot down some glass, they got in right away. Well, this would help with that. So this could be a matter of minutes that could save lives. So she's looking into all of that, and I think I believe Dr. Locklear, correct me if I'm wrong, she's going to present to the board. Oh, she's right here. Am I doing good?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Purvis was sharing that. That's a point of focus for us this year, is going back to our facility safety assessment. And we don't talk about the details of that, but one of the areas that we were talking about in committee was the hardening of our campuses, meaning from the standpoint of ways we can make our perimeters safer, whether that be from the laminate process, which 3M's one company, there are other companies that do it, whether that be from vestibule updating, which is the entrances to our schools, and making those in such a way where folks who get into the first entrance don't have access to the whole school. And then our perimeters themselves, whether that be through fencing that looks like a school, or whether that be from exterior doors and keeping them secure. So those are some of the things we talked about. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I apologize. I didn't know you were right behind me. Oh, okay. And that was pretty much it. It was a great meeting. It was a lot going on, a lot of updates and current projects taking place. And I really just have to thank Jenny for that and her team, because they are doing a lot this summer, and a lot that I didn't even know that we were really doing. So I commend you. So that's it.
Okay, further, I know we have an upcoming curriculum committee will be coming up. And were there other committee reports? Yes, sir.
Just briefly, last month had the opportunity to go visit each of the three summer reading camps, one at Elise, one at Cameron, and one at Southern Pines Elementary. A lot of good things going on around there. But I kind of posed an open question to everybody I met, and that was, if you were king, what would you change right now in that program? And there was an awful lot of, well, there was a number of folks who said we would make it mandatory. I think there's some merit in examining that whole notion. These kids are there because they're not meeting state standards. They're there voluntarily at the moment. There's a kind of a spotty attendance at times. So I think if this is a mandatory thing that we need to, and we're going to set it up and run it anyway, I would like to see it become a mandatory issue, but that's for discussion. Just one more thing, Dr. Metcalf, I wonder if the next couple of weeks we might get together and kind of lay out next year for CTE, kind of our process. And thank you very much.
Okay. Further committee reports? Hearing none. Do I have a superintendent want to say something?
No, sir, nothing further today to share.
Okay, all right. So, board comments. Mr. Hensley. Okay. Ms. Bruno.
Yes, I have a lot to say. First of all, I am directing this to the mothers of all our students in Moore County. I am asking for your help. This is a plea. The Biden administration, specifically the Department of Education, has rewritten Title IX. North Carolina is the only state in the South where this order changing the interpretation of Title IX took effect on Thursday, August 1st. This is thanks to our Attorney General, Josh Stein, who did not stand up for our children. The gender rules rewrite expands sex-based discrimination definitions to include gender identity and sexual orientation. It opens bathrooms, locker room usage, hotel rooms on field trips based on the individual's perceived gender identity. Title IX was initially interpreted in 1972 to protect individuals from sexual discrimination, ensuring women's sports opportunities and fairness. Pending litigation has passed the new Department of Education rules from going into effect in over half of the 50 states. So we still have a little bit of time. A federal appeals court stopped the rule from taking effect in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and South Dakota, bringing the total to 26 states that are under litigation, barring the implementation of the Title IX rewrite. While every other state in the South, including Virginia and Tennessee, has passed implementing the rule, North Carolina is the only southern state where the federal government will be able to enforce it. Sexual harassment has also been rephrased as sex-based harassment, something that could infringe on the First Amendment right to free speech. The Wake County School Board has updated their policies in preparation for the adoption of Title IX. Redefining sex is a political agenda. This new rule to Title IX undermines the very thing it was set up to do. Women fought hard for these rights, and it absolutely erodes the foundation and its purpose and removes all safety for our children. Women deserve to be safe and feel comfortable in private spaces and sports competition. Recently, we saw a female athlete's dreams shattered when a male punched her in the face, breaking her nose in an Olympic boxing match. What is it going to take to stop this madness? This 25-year-old received 2 punches from a biological man who was allowed to compete in a women's category. She refused to shake her opponent's hand and fell to the canvas sobbing. She said she has never been punched so hard in her life. The new Title IX is a 1,500-page regulation. 3 organizations have sued the federal government, among others. Number 1 is the Female Athletes United. Number 2 is Young America's Foundation. And number 3 is Moms for Liberty. I am calling on all mothers that have children in our Moore County schools to get in touch with me. I don't care if you call me, if you email me, if you come to my house. All we need is 1 parent per school to stop Title IX from pushing these regulations in our schools. I need 1 parent from each one of our schools. There's no cost. All you do is enroll your name, your address, your telephone number, your email, and the school's name, and we will be exempt from these regulations from Title IX. Don't forget, they're opening up bathrooms, locker rooms, everything. Pronouns are going to have to be absolutely, you followed the rule. I don't understand how you could have a school with 2,000 kids and remember which pronoun belongs to every child. Do you walk around with a yellow button saying, this is who I am? To me, this is madness. So, well, that's why I said yellow button. I cannot stop this by myself. This board cannot stop it. Our superintendent cannot stop it. The only people who can stop it are our moms. Just stop and think. Do you want, but this is such a safety issue too. It just, I better not say it. Okay, but call me, please. This is a very biblical community. People believe in God in our community. People go to church in our community. Call me, email me. I just need 1 person from each school to stop this madness. That's all I have to say. I would appreciate any help with this issue. Thank you.
Pauline, question. Do you have the URL where people can enroll in this?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you announce it?
Oh, if you go to momsforliberty.com, you can fill it all out. The one thing you have to remember is after you fill it out, you have to go all the way to the bottom to join the lawsuit. There's nothing else that you have to do. That's it. But why I want you to get in touch with me or anybody on this board is just to know that we have that school covered. That's all.
Point of personal
Anything else?
privilege.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Just, so Just to comment on what Ms. Bruno said, and I'm not intimately involved, maybe I kind of get what's happening because I've seen that in another area before, but just to clarify, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what happened was the Mothers for Liberty sued, and there's an injunction.
That's right,
So
I'm
there's
sorry.
there's an injunction so that any school that has a child of a Mothers for Liberty member, that school is covered by the injunction. So what I believe Ms. Bruno's asking for is if one parent at each school steps up and enrolls, signs up for Moms for Liberty, then that entire school will be covered by this injunction that the court's issued. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, and
Yeah,
thank you
okay,
so much. I get so passionate that I can't explain it right. Please keep going and explain it the way, that's it? Okay.
That's the explanation.
Yes.
The answer is Moms for Liberty sued, okay? And the judge in a particular case in the Midwest said that all members of Moms for Liberty are subject to an injunction, and you cannot enforce the rule against the school for that child,
Thank you.
okay?
I didn't do
So-
such a good job of
And it's
explaining
an
it.
open-ended thing, so that if you join Moms for Liberty today, your child's school cannot be subject to the new revised Title IX regulations. Yes. Okay.
Yes, she does. But just let somebody know, or let me know, just so we know that that school is covered. I have the list of all the schools that are covered, but it's, you know, so much happens between once they put a date out and the next time the next date that they put the list out. So please, moms of Moore County.
Okay. Ms. Caldwell.
I have nothing.
Okay. Mr. Okay. Tory Vice Chair.
School starts in 2 weeks. We have a lot of parents, teachers, children that are excited. Some of them are scared that they're ready to go back. Some of them want to go home or stay home. But we're going to have a good school year, and I don't want any distractions that might come along the way to dampen the excitement, to dampen any kind of hard work that's been put into. I want to encourage them to just keep on doing the very best job that they do.
And one couple of final things. Number one, it was mentioned a little bit earlier today, but I want to emphasize the fact that Pinckney has just had their graduation, and that is very, very special. One of the things I want to apologize for, I was out of town, and I could not attend that. And it is something that I try to attend each and every year, because that school is the linchpin of our entire system. It gives kids a second chance. And we're so happy, thanks to Ms. Purvis. You've done some renovations over at Pinckney. So we want them to know that they are important to us, because they do give our students a second chance. And some of them, and all of them obviously who graduate, are successful in that. And so special congratulations to that. Also looking at our upcoming school year, Dr. Locklear, I believe tomorrow you're going to have a kickoff with your administrators. Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir. August really does kick off a lot of activities around our school district in preparation. We have our school district leadership coming in this week for what we call the Summer Leadership Conference. And next week, we'll have our new teacher orientation, among some other activities, as teachers report back a little bit after that. So it's, as the groomsman said at my wedding, it's on now. So it is on now. We've got a lot of things going on. It's an exciting time.
Okay, so to all the students and all the parents, congratulations, your kids won't be at home after in a few weeks, and so looking forward, and I know my granddaughter is especially looking forward to entering the second grade over at Pinehurst Elementary. So looking forward to that. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned.